That's it for you. Don't lie.
They behave parts of you. What what's wrong by yourself? Yeah. You know about yeah, go over it.
Oh my God.
One of those guys.
The board has now returned from executive session, so we will start our regular meeting. Because the board actually started at 5, we've already done the approval of the agenda and the pledge of allegiance. So we're going to move right into approval for the minutes for May 2nd, 2023. Special board meeting, May 9th, 2023, business meeting, and May 15th, 2023, special board meeting. Do I have a motion?
I move we approve the minutes.
I second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Next, the board will suspend the regular meeting and listen to the public hearing on the proposed budget for 23-24.
Good evening, President Reed, members of the board, members of the community. My name is Tyler Moore. I'm the consultant for. Chris, this is the wrong.
Huh?
No, this is the wrong budget. This is the revised.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, hold on.
I'm not good at filling time, so.
Wonder how many jokes for us?
No, sorry.
Yep.
All right, here we go. We got the proposed budget for fiscal year 2024. So again, my name is Tyler Moore. I've been consulting with the district in the financial office for now almost 6 months. Feels a lot longer, but we are right now in the process of training Alicia Mena, to do this presentation. But tonight, I have my role right now continuing to do the proposed and adopted budget. So with that, we'll jump right into the budget highlights. So a couple things in the K-12 budget that I think Jeremy talked about in the budget revision that I know the actual numbers today, and I can give you those numbers. So first of all, the aggregate expense element I know I talked about it in some of my budget presentations. I know Dr. J has been aware of it, the board has also been aware of it. That was an issue in fiscal year 23. The legislation did come through and provide an exemption. In this legislative cycle, the legislation actually was proactive and actually provided an exemption in fiscal 24 already. So that is good news. The district can go into next year knowing they have full budget capacity and they won't meet or exceed that limit into next year. So that bill was SCR 1041S. And again, that exempted the ADL for next fiscal year. Second bullet point there, though, it's not going away. That will be an issue again for fiscal 25. The estimated budget, the total budget that it's exceeding for fiscal 24 is $1.2 billion. So that's not going to disappear by 2025. And so this will be an issue again, and I'm sure a hot topic on the legislative floor when they discuss the budget for 2025. But good news, next year, that is not an issue. So moving on. Other legislative changes, the legislation approved the increase to the base support for the minimum inflation increase of 2%. That value was totaled $152,912. That was their minimum obligation to approve as part of their responsibilities. As we've known, real inflation is probably north of 7%. And close to 10% in some areas. So that 2%, while it does move the needle forward, it does not satisfy all the increases that the district will see over the next fiscal year. Some other changes, the legislation moved the results-based funding dollar amount into the base support level. That represented a 0.9% increase in the base level support. That amount was set total $70,332. So that's going to be increasing the base level support for Fountain Hills Unified School District. I did do some research. That's going to be probably a net increase while Fountain Hills adds on the flow of eligibility for results-based funding, depending on qualifying testing results. That's going to be about a net increase for the district. So that's good news. In addition, legislation also appropriated $20 million towards district additional assistance. That was statewide. What that means for Fountain Hills is about an increase of capital funding of about $44,770. The big kicker that I wasn't kind of planning for, but that was approved, was one-time state aid supplement. So this supplement is unrestricted. It can be used either for M&O or for capital, and I'll talk a little bit about the proposed uses of that fund later, but that value for Fountain Hills is $337,284. And again, this one-time state aid is one-time state aid that the state has allocated towards all districts for next fiscal year. So looking at the proposed M&O budget, I put a comparison here between what the district just revised to for this current fiscal year and what we're looking to propose for fiscal 24, so you can have some comparison. Again, the district just revised their M&O budget on May 15th, 2023. That 100-day ADM number, we talked about that on the slide, was 1,122.48. And for those notice, how do you get 0.5 of a student? They take average daily membership, and so that's how you get decimals for ADM. That amount was $10,745,911. So looking forward, the 24 proposed general budget limit, the district's projecting a flat enrollment. There's a couple of reasons why. State and schools are funded on current year enrollment, and so basically, the state is asking districts to basically assume what the enrollment is for next year. And the safest way to budget for that is to budget flat. Or if you have an idea that you're declining, like a trend analysis, oftentimes we'll use demographic reports to support this. But I'm talking to Dr. J, looking at some of the trends, some of the current enrollment numbers, we feel a flat budget, a flat projection for ADM is a safe assumption for next year. Again, there is, if that does change, whether we get into September, October, the district can come and revise the budget at any point in time. And so projecting flat, again, we're at the mercy of kind of trying to be projectors out here, and so being flat is a safe assumption. I mentioned earlier the 2% increase in base level support. That is included in your fiscal 24 numbers. I mentioned earlier too the shift of results-based funding to the base level support. Again, that is included in that fiscal 2024 proposed budget numbers. The estimated budget balance carry forward, so from this current fiscal year, what we're anticipating ending on in terms of contingency would be $545,000 carrying forward into next fiscal year. That represents 4.9% of the budget. And in my experience, 4 to 8% is a safe number to carry over. Again, that's contingency used for any sort of need that was unbudgeted. We had a water main break just this year. And so it's a perfect example of why it is best practice to carry forward a percentage of contingency for those unforeseen circumstances. So if you do the math, you take the revised and look at the proposed, that general budget limit difference from the revised to proposed is an increase of 3.2% or $358,000. So good news, the budget is moving forward in terms of increasing. The main reason some of that is increasing, again, 2% increase in the base level support, as well as the shift from results-based funding to the base. So that funding, again, is being taken away from that designated funding source and moving it to this base level support. Looking at the capital fund, this is your other main budget control fund. Again, same principle, looking at the revised budget to the proposed budget. Again, you revised your budget in May 15th, just last month. Uses the same ADM estimates. That capital budget is $3.9 million. Looking at the proposed, we're again projecting flat enrollment, increase of inflation to the base level support, also included in this number. I did want to point out, Dr. J, if you wanted to point this out as well, a big savior to your capital budget was all the donations received for the football field. Those in total, to date, were $427,000, which is huge. In my experience in school business and working with other districts, that outpouring of support and of donations I haven't seen. So you should be really proud of your district and that support you have for your community. So that really saves your capital funding and allows you to use it for other needs within your district. And so wanted to make sure I acknowledge that. I know Kane knows all the donors. I personally don't, but I'm sure he sent letters out. But I also I just want to outline that and show that that is very powerful to have a district like that and support like that. So that does help the district's budget going forward and allows them again to use that for other needs. The estimated budget balance carried forward for the capital fund, so again, ending this year, is about $2.8 million. I'll go into a little bit of that. Your annual, for I guess context, your annual capital budget is $700,000. So when I talked to the board back in October, you had a large amount of carry forward in this capital fund, and so we talked. Dr. J is moving through a consolidation plan, and that is where a lot of this $2.5 million consolidation budget stems from, is that carryover. And so, without, I guess I'll talk about it on the next slide, but just looking at the differences there, when you see that negative number, a lot of that is reducing the carry forward, because those are dollars being used back into the consolidation plan. That is not reducing your annual budget. Your annual budget, again, is $700,000. So a lot of that is just reducing that carry forward, which Dr. J has a plan for in the consolidation plan. So don't be alarmed when you see that reduction. That is all part of the plan that was being basically taken forward and put into action. So speaking of consolidation, so in conversations with the board, we kind of wanted a line item list of like where we're at with consolidation. So a lot of obligations have been set in place. Expenditures are not there yet. So again, what we're assuming, we still have a month left of this fiscal year. We're assuming some of those expenditures will take place in this fiscal year, which is why that reduction in that budget balance carry forward is being proposed. That's what we're estimating. But looking at this consolidation plan, again, a lot of this has been approved by the board in terms of Oprah and Wenzo on their proposal. Again, that 177 was based on an all-in $2.5 million budget. Again, whenever we get the contract our board to get that pricing, that budget number will come down. We don't anticipate that $2.5 million in actual construction costs. And so what we do is we estimate high and then we bring those down lower, because coming back to the board is always can hinder the process of construction, slow timelines, etc. Contractor again to be determined. We have phone conversations. That we have some contractors coming on site to do some cost estimates, so we're still in that process with hopes of bringing an estimated cost on the June 28th board meeting so we can proceed with those renovations. Playground modifications, I didn't have the numbers yet, but they're on the board agenda for later this evening. Painting, doors and hardware, these are all modifications that are being made to one, transition to elementary school and changing the signage, and two, fix up the space that has not been used at the high school for some time and make sure it's adequate for those students that are moving there. Yeah.
For fencing and signage, don't we have things in the board packet that are well above that budgeted amount?
Yeah, so those are things that we've already committed to, that to get the process started with, like for example, the signage on there is for the actual words Fountain Hills Middle School on this building right here, changing out all the signage at different sites that is not just the marquee. So that has been put in because there's a lead time for that we have to get it in and get it started. So it's all part of our budget, but it might be a different project than what you're seeing in here. Okay.
This will be a routinely brought back to you and updated as we progress in this plan. And like I said, there's been no expenditures to date, but again, these are mostly obligations that we know of and that are in place. One thing that I am proposing the board look at in this budget is an adjacent ways levy. So what that is, the board actually has authority, 5 members, to levy a tax increase on the Fountain Hills community. So what that tax increase would be for is for adjacent ways purposes. And so adjacent ways, for those who don't understand what that is, it's for public right-of-ways, bus and fire and safety lanes. So walking some of your sites with Dr. J and this consolidation plan, there's a number of cracks, non-signed fire lanes, bus lanes that could use improvement in terms of striping, patching. And so I would be remiss if I would bring this to the governing board and I guess present an opportunity where there is funding available to make these renovations. And so that's what I'm doing today. So the recommendation would be a $300,000 levy. This is a one-time levy. That would equate to 5 cents for $100,000 of assessed valuation. So in doing my research, the average home value here, again, property tax value, not the Zillow rate, is about $400,000. So that would be a 20-cent one-time levy for fiscal year 24 to raise $300,000. For the district to use this over the next 3 to 5 years to improve these public right-of-ways, fire lanes, and bus lanes. There's a little history. The last time Fountain Hills levied for adjacent ways was 2006-2007 for $450,000. The current budget, I guess, it's a cash fund, it's $3,000 in adjacent ways. So that's not enough to even start a conversation with parking lot improvements or bus and fire improvements. So yeah, I wanted to present the board that opportunity with that funding source and make them aware of that. I would just ask, I guess, on the action item tonight, that if you do not want this to push forward and be adopted, that you should vote no on this, so I can make that modification, because the information item, you can't really vote on this, but we do have a voting item later in the agenda, so.
I just want to clarify, so I just want to reiterate that I heard correctly. So on a $400,000 house, you said it would cost them 20 cents for the 1 year?
1 year, yes.
So, and it's not a continual year?
No,
So on $1 million house, they're looking at like less than 50 cents for 1 year, right?
that's correct.
Okay, thanks.
Quick question. So these are public, does the town have any responsibility in maintaining these areas, or?
Not on their district property. Oftentimes you can work with the town to help supplement some of the improvements. When you're improving sidewalks and things that both affect the town and the district, there's often opportunity to share costs. And certainly those conversations can be had. In my experience, I've done that with other districts as well. So certainly that's a conversation that can be had with the town. To share some of those costs. But when you start getting onto the campus and onto the sites, when we're talking bus lanes, fire lanes, those are the responsibility of the district to maintain and upkeep. And so, those costs would be 100% on the district. And so, you do have other funding that if you want to use capital funding for this purpose, you can. That would be, we'd have to look at the budget and make reductions in other areas. But this is a specific funding source for this purpose. Which is why I presented it.
One historical thing back when we did this, back in those days, and we used the sidewalks around the campus that created the walking hallway around the block. And then we also redid the bus drop-off in areas as well, because we grew and there was a need for more buses and we didn't have that space. So that $400,000, $450,000 went for the sidewalks and the additional need for bus drop-off areas, paving and striping and bumpers and all the rest of the things like that.
Yeah, and that's where I see the biggest thing. It's just maintaining all those improvements. There's cracking now, sidewalks are being cracked, and concrete being cracked, and so when you talk about ADA compliance and other modifications to make sure these areas are safe, that is where I saw the biggest need. In addition, one of the big things in the budget forms, and something that we have to post publicly on the school's website, is the average teacher salary. So this is the average teacher salary of your district's teachers, not the starting salary rate. This is the average if you take all the teachers employed for next year, the fiscal 24. That equates to $58,011, and you compare that to last year, that would be $56,558. You can see the district has made the increases that were approved, has made some headway in improving this the average teacher salary for teachers. Just one comment really. The calculation does not include any supplemental, so if a teacher would take extra duties and stuff like that. I don't think that's a fair representation of an average teacher salary, because that's not the norm. So I just wanted to point that out, that number does not include that amount. So.
Can I ask you that? Other districts that you work with, where do we fall with that 3%?
In terms of percentage increase, I would say on the higher end, or like average, there's been a number of districts that, based on this calculation, have seen 0 to no increases, even though they've made compensation increases. I'd take my district, for example, I had 0 increase, even though our board approved a 2% compensation increase. But we had a number of educators in our district, experienced educators, leave the field, and that's not an indication of just my district, but it's nationwide and statewide. A number of experienced educators are leaving the field, and so keep that in mind too. When you look at this number, like an experienced teacher is going to be a lot more than a starting teacher, and so I know I've talked to Dr. J. He's retained a lot of his teachers, and that's just a notion to what you guys are doing and what you guys are doing going forward. So but that's not the case statewide. And so kudos to you guys, that is, you know, on the median or higher end, because that calculation does include that experience level. And so across state, people are losing experienced teachers. So really in summary, the priority would be to utilize some of the one-time money for, that was outlined in this presentation for M&O contingency. I know Canadian is eagerly, waiting growth, and you know, we're seeing it. I could have done the budget for growth just yet. And so we'd like to take some of those 40-year numbers and see what those realistic numbers look like. But then that would be using some of that money for new teachers to allocate some of those new classrooms, et cetera. And again, it doesn't hurt. Again, that number, you guys are on the lower end of kind of where I consider it on the 4 to 8% range for contingency. So utilizing that one-time money to sit in contingency would put you guys in the higher end and just make you a little more comfortable going into next year, not knowing what is to come. Open to the finalized consolidation projects. So again, we hope to bring a contractor award on the 28th, and we'll have some pricing for some of those consolidation projects that are being proposed. So that is going to be an ongoing process through fiscal 24. And then again, working on finalizing the football field turf replacement. I know we're working with AstroTurf. We've had designs. We're just working on construction timeline and getting that field done and ready for the start of the school year. If the board so wishes to move forward with the levy for adjacent ways, we would use those funds for making those improvements in those areas, specifically public library, sidewalks, bus and fire lanes. So, and then continue to shift budget into classroom instructional spending. So I know the board has seen our general summary, and still the district ranks in the lower half of the state in terms of instructional spending. And so we're continuing to prioritize classroom dollars, or budget into classroom dollars. And so that starts with compensating teachers and putting those dollars back into the classroom. So that has been a budget initiative and a budget effort that we've made going into next year. And so we hope to see that classroom report change drastically for fiscal 24. So with that, I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Tyler. Are there questions from the board concerning Tyler's presentation or the budget?
I have a quick question. I think it might be a little bit more for Kane though. What are our plans for shifting the budget into classroom instruction spending?
Well, like I've shared, even though when you look at our ratios, being a small district, we still have people in positions that have to get done, right? So we still have to have an HR director and a finance director and a superintendent. So we're going to have, because we're small, our ratio is going to stand out a little bit more. I can tell you in the larger districts that they have way, way more employees at the district level and more administration, but because of the size of their district, on that kind of when we put it in percentages, it looks better. So is there room for us to reduce administrative costs? Yeah, there's possibly some opportunity to do that, but I'm also working hard on raising enrollment, and if enrollment continues to raise, we'd be just filling those positions again anyway. So the fact that enrollment was up this year, and I'm feeling good about next year, we spoke, Tyler, Alicia, and I, and we feel that it's in the best interest of our students and the day-to-day operations that we maintain our staffing we have and see where our enrollment goes next year, and then have discussions at that time about what we do.
That's great. If I can add too, that your consolidation plan is a direct example of that. You're reducing your cost of supporting that facility. Empty class, you're going to be with the consolidation, and you're going to see a lot more money back in the classroom because you're not spending so much money on building space and building renovations. Even though the preschool say I know that, but much smaller part of that campus, and so you're going to see that with just some of the moves that you've already got in place. So.
I just have a couple questions on our FTE full-time equivalent. I noticed that we're still listing, or we have the same ratio, staff to pupil ratio as we did last year for our teachers. We're saying FTEs of 78 and our staff to pupil ratios are 1 to 14.4. And I know in prior meetings, Dr. J has discussed increasing our class sizes and then hopefully having those funds reallocated to our staff. So I shared, I think, in an email that I was just disappointed that we're looking at only budgeting, what was it, 44,000 for staff pay increases. So two-part question, I guess. How do we ensure these funds get into our teachers' hands, pay, and how are we able to make that a priority? And then are our staff ratios truly full-time equivalent 1 to 14.4?
Let me address that first question. The notion that you made of the 44,000, that is for the instructional improvement fund. That's a dedicated fund that comes in from revenues from the casino revenues. There's an agreement that districts get a portion of that, and that goes into the instructional improvement fund. So when you read that, that is not all the dollars the district's allocating towards instructional improvement.
So why would it have dropped $100,000 from last year to this year then?
Yeah, so the district is spending that down and utilizing the funds. The district carried that over for a number of years and isn't utilizing. So we're putting those dollars to use. I guess part 2 is FTE.
Yeah.
Okay. I just want to point out too that is the average FTE of all the classrooms. So we're not going to be staffing your special ed classes, all those classes that have different needs at the same ratio as your average general ed class. And so when we're budgeting a flat enrollment and keeping the staffing relatively the same, your staffing ratio will be relatively the same going into next year.
And let me add also that although we've cut some positions in the K-3 area due to attrition, we've had to increase some positions at the high school, okay, to keep class size down or to make the schedule work. So we, overall, the last number I have is we're going to probably be around 3 to 4 positions less on our M&O budget than we were this current year. A lot of those are in support services, so that's a counselor at the high school, that is ELL position, that is, we had an instructional coach last year. So there's several of them that we have cut out of the budget to increase our capacity that we hope to be able to do a raise for our staff. We're hoping to do one in December again. That's our hope. I've shared that we're working as hard as we can to make our district the highest paid district that it can be. And these numbers we're seeing tonight are really good for us. I mean, everything is green and positive as far as flow coming in. Well, what he won't let me do, and this is why we pay him, is he won't let me spend that until he sees the actual numbers, right? And that's the right way to do it. So as much as I'm confident that enrollment's going to be up for next year, I'm just looking at the preliminary numbers right now, it's looking really good. That doesn't mean that something may change in a month from now or 2 months from now. So that's where the check and balance, he says no 9 out of 10 times everything I bring him, but that's a good thing, right? That's to make sure that we have positive numbers. So I do believe we're going to be in a good place to give raises next year. And if enrollment continues to go up, we're going to already be hiring back. We've already had to hire a preschool teacher, which we weren't expecting to hire. Then we had to hire a second preschool teacher we weren't expecting to hire. And now we've had to post a kindergarten position that we weren't expecting to have. So some of those are coming back because enrollment is dictating that. So in the end, as much as we've tried to reduce that, it may not show up this year because of allocating resources in different locations.
Maybe do you have other questions? Okay, Lillian or Dana?
I just want to make a comment that our staff to pupil ratio is incredible. It's just unbelievable. I've never worked in a place that was like this. It was always much, much higher. Classroom sizes were bigger, so we're still in really good shape. And we're working in the right direction to get places for this teacher.
And this is a public hearing, so are there any questions from the public regarding our proposed budget? Okay, hearing none. Thank you, Tyler. This will be on the board agenda later for approval. So with that, I move that we go back into our regular meeting. Do I have a second?
I said,
I have a motion and a second. All in favor of going back into our regular meetings, please say aye.
aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Sorry to all you students that had to listen to that finance, but hopefully you learned something during the summer session. All right, next up is the superintendent report of current events. Dr. Jay?
All right, Madam President, members of the board, and guests, I'm going to try to keep it brief here since we've got a lot on our agenda. Just really happy with the end of the year, so special thanks to all our staff and principals for putting on end of the year. It's hard to pick one that really stood out, but it's really hard to compete with pre-K and kindergarten promotion. Pretty awesome stuff going on down there. But the high school graduation was very well done. We appreciate it. And 8th grade promotion, being there as a parent was really cool to see that. So good job, everybody, on that. We had a great end-of-year lunch for our staff. Thank you to the Booster Club for cooking, putting that on for us. It's just like our staff picnic. Those are the reasons why we have so much staff retention, right there. It's those events where people feel like this is the place to work. So thank you for that. Consolidation, we're going to talk about a lot later today. Just know it's moving forward. And remember that a lot of things that we're doing do not affect day one academics. Day one academics will be ready to go. Classrooms will be ready. The new middle school is painted. It looks great. Furniture's in the rooms. We could probably put kids in there in 2 weeks if we had to. So we're moving in the right direction. Our focus now moves to New McDowell Mountain. We are working hard all summer here throughout, but we're also putting a lot of emphasis on, we also have to refresh as a group and be ready to go for next year. So moving is complete. We moved 11,000 items over the weekend. I did not help with any of that. We did hire a moving company to do that, and it was the best way to do it. We want to make this as simple on our teachers as possible. So that is done. We're happy about that. I'm happy to share that we were approved for all 3 of our counselors to be paid for out of a grant this year, so that will all come off and help our overall budget. So I want to thank Krista for all her grant writing she's done this year to make that happen. And lastly, the field is moving along. I've been told that it will be completed the week of July 17th. And it looks really, really amazing. So thank you to the Fountain Hills community, all of our donors. I expect to see all of you at every home game throughout the year, every sport, cheering us on. So with that, I conclude my comment. Oh, sorry. We also have library books and class novels on display beginning tomorrow for the 60-day public viewing of those. If you have any questions about that, see Krista. And we have a committee now that takes all these books. It goes through a committee, and then the committee recommends they go forward to the public. The public then recommends they go forward to the board, and the board ultimately votes on whether those books get into our libraries or classrooms. So with that, I conclude my remarks.
Does anyone have any questions for Dr. James regarding his report?
I have a question. Which committee is doing books?
It's a literary committee. That's a district committee that I created to ensure that we have multiple people looking at materials that are coming through to the board.
Okay, governing board reports. We'll start with Ms. Reed.
There was a lot of events that happened. My kids and I went to the high school, middle school dance recital, and I wanted to thank Jessica King for turning into that one. Both of my kids are now dancers, or they believe they are. I went to the grad walk again with my kids at the Yavapai elementary school kindergarten, and it was really fun. We got to see several of their baseball teammates there, as well as see our seniors and their families, which was really cool. I'm excited that that's going to be continued moving forward. I attended a camera stakeholder meeting. I attended graduation, and that was very uplifting. I was so impressed with our students that gave speeches. It was inspiring. And then I also got to help out with the Falcon Fiesta, which is always a really fun event. I helped with the PBIS store in the last few days of that, which was really fun. And I can honestly say I miss all those kids and getting to see them at least once a week. And then I also got to go to the talent show, which was amazing. I have to say I was really surprised with some of the kids' talent. There was a kid that rapped, and I was like, oh my gosh. It was really cool. It was a really fun event.
Ms. Sedley?
Keep it short. It was a lot of great year-end activities, and thank you, staff, for all your hard work bringing the school year to an end. It was a fantastic time to participate and be a part of, so thank you.
Again, there were so many events that the list was very long. I did enjoy the music concert at the high school. It was middle school and high school. And I'm impressed at the talent that we have here. And I went to the talent show at the elementary school, which was a lot of fun. I have to agree with Dr. J. The promotions for preschool and kindergarten were a highlight, although I enjoyed 8th grade and seniors as well. I attended the luncheon, and I did go to the event graduation. Fortunately, it did not rain. It was supposed to. They almost thought it was going to rain the second night, and to see 2,500 students over there, and everybody with different color caps and gowns, it was really very impressive.
Mr. Sarr?
It was a busy spring, just ditto everything.
Same, I mean, I love going to the graduations. I did preschool, kindergarten, 8th grade promotion, and the high school graduation. It's one of my favorite reasons for sitting on the board. I also went to the McDowell Mountain Talent Show, amazing kiddos. I got to speak at the staff luncheon, another great event. I love to see our staff when they're actually out and socializing and having some fun. And I would just like to thank, I believe it was Ms. Alcorn that did her speech that reminded me how old I was while I sat there. So, but no, the student speeches were all great, and as was Ms. Barsima's and Ryan from the Times and Paul Russell from Fort McDowell. So really great speeches this year. So congratulations, class of 2023. And now we will move on to what it's all about with you guys. So we're going to do spring sports athlete recognition.
Ms. Williams, you want to come on up?
No, just good job.
Don't be shy to come up and be celebrated.
Just one thing I want to share is, one of the things we do is to get a commemorative coin for excellence. We do those in academics, the arts, and athletics. So every athlete today will be getting their commemorative coin and their certificate. So I'll turn it over to Ms. Wynn.
Good evening, everyone. As usual, very proud to be here at the end of each season to honor our athletes and our teams that have made playoffs for their respective sports. You guys good? Okay. You're good. Okay. Coach McGloin is not able to be here tonight. He's in Palm Springs working on his tan. So I'm going to go ahead and present to our beach volleyball ladies. Obviously, it's summertime, so attendance is a little low today. Thank you girls for being here. Our beach volleyball team made it to the second round of playoffs this year. We got to host first round, which was really fun to have on site. And then beach is a unique sport in that There's also a second state tournament for pairs. So we had 2 pairs go as well, and that was Kit, Bella, Jocelyn, and Sydney. So please give these ladies a round of applause. Coach Langer, would you please come up, as well as the baseball team?
Hi, Coach Bob Langer, Coach Mike Martin, our assistant coach. Boys had a great year this year. They were 13-3. We hosted 2 playoff games. We won the first one and didn't play so well in the second one. But they had a great season. It's a fun team to coach. Never have to tell them to hustle. They always come out and work. So it was a really fun year. We're losing 5 seniors. So we're going to be a very similar team next year, and we're going to expect to be better next year. So, great job, guys. While they're handing those out, we also had 4 first-teamers on on the region. And then 4 second teamers, 2 honorable mentions, and then we had 1 boy that was second team all conference for 3A. So we did a real good job.
Yeah, absolutely.
Congratulations.
The golf program, we had a pretty good year. I mean, last year, if you look at, we only had 7 kids try out for the team, so we had 7 kids on the team. We had over 26 kids try out for the high school team. We had 28 that tried out for the middle school team. So we've had a lot of interest in the golf program, and it's been growing. We've also went from 23rd to 19th, which this year was, if we would have played this last year, we would have been in the state. The teams have gotten that much better over this last years. So our team is really good, and I'm glad that we have an entire team coming back next year. Plus, we have some really good middle school kids coming up. We did have 1 kid that went to state, Ethan Schaefer. He ended up being number 34 out of 463 kids. Our team ended up again 19th out of 64 teams. So next year's looking really good. We also, middle school, had the top female golfer in the state. So Savannah Simonson will be a freshman coming up, and so our freshman team coming in will look really good. So next year's looking really good for our team. So we're very excited. I also want to mention that we are trying to get into the Irish exchange program for golf. And so I know that I've talked with Evelyn about it, and we definitely want to talk a little bit more about that for the coming year. So, but again, Ethan couldn't make it. I think they're up north of me. Thank you.
Congratulations.
All right, and Coach Clancy and the track and field team.
And I'll be there. Fire boy coming up. All right, guys. Got a lot of thoughts. I'll try to talk fast and keep it short. Which will help them to get them in nice orders. I'm Kevin Clancy. I've been the track and field coach for the last 2 years. I want to talk about our progress real quick, and then hand it off for some recognition for our student athletes. Last year we had 28 athletes. This year we ended with 38, so a nice increase in the numbers. PR is a personal record. Last year we set about 440, and this may sound like a decrease, but I'll explain it. This year we had 421, but I find that more impressive because we returned a lot of athletes, and there's this rate of diminishing return. The better you get, the harder it is to set a personal record. So 421 is an amount, huge amount. Last year we had 0 people here because they were in Mexico and Hawaii. This year we had 3, which is also a PR, but that's because last year we only had 2 state qualifiers. This year we had 13. And so they qualified both boys and girls 4x800, both boys and girls 4x400, both boys and girls 1600, both boys and girls in the 800, a female pole vaulter, women's discus thrower, men's long jump, which was JP Cahill, who finished 8th in the state, a high jumper, and then 2 in the 300 hurdles. And I credit that to the student athletes like these ones that showed up in the preseason on Saturday worked out with their coaches like Coach Hall and Coach Tafoya, and made that connection between hard work and improvement. I think the 3 up here and quite a few others have made that connection. When they make that connection, the sky's the limit, and this team is getting better. On the ladies' side, they lose 0 seniors, so it's a pretty exciting time down Hills Track and Field. And also there are cookies in the back. Caleb made me bring cookies to incentivize people to come. So if they don't want some, they're also back there. We have Allie Barrett, freshman phenom, Caleb Lara, and Zion Atwood, graduating senior. Coach Tafoya is up in Pacific Northwest, which is a pretty good place in the summer. And we were lucky to have Coach Hall this year, which worked with our distance athletes and with our long jumpers. So JP finished 8th in the state, did a lot of work with Coach Hall. A lot of practices, a lot of communication, a lot of jumps, and no injuries this year, which was great. All right, yeah, that's President. Thank you guys.
Smarter than that. Good job. Hey.
It's interesting.
Is that all the sports on? Yes. Okay. Congratulations to all of our sports teams, and thank you, coaches, for everything that you do for our students. I know a lot of you put in more time than what you get paid, and it's greatly appreciated because we would not have the athletics that we do without the coaches at Fountain Hills. And so they do it, again, for the love of the kids, and that's greatly appreciated. So it's great to see our athletics growing as our enrollment is. Next up is another award, Community Falcon of the Year, Dr. J.
Madam President, members of the board, and guests, I'm very excited about this. One of the things that I love doing is recognizing all the great things we have going on. And one of the things we decided to do this year and make this a tradition is having a Community Falcon of the Year recognized for all the hard work that they do and the attention to the school district. So this year, we actually have 2 because we have 2 amazing people who have stepped up and have just done amazing things. So the first one I want to call up here to stand and be recognized as I share all this information, Tana Borsma. Come on. great thing. So, there's that. So this is, there you go. So it will fall. Just want to warn you that up top. And here's your, now stay there.
Move over away from the
All right,
podium
so
we can see you completely.
I don't need a script to talk about Tana because she has been one of the most supportive community members and parents I've worked with in this district. And, you know, I really got to know her this year when I was previous principal. I didn't know her as well. But her work ethic and her ability to rally people and get them together and for the common purpose of this district is amazing. When we talk about the football field, can you turn on the screen here? When we talk about the football field, that would not have happened without Tana, okay? Yes, there were other people involved, and yes, we came together as a group, but without Tana, none of that would be possible. She met with me early in the year, and she said, we're getting this done one way or another. And when we started, to be honest, I thought that hill was a little too big, but not for her. She was able to get it done, and it was pretty amazing. So there's a rendering of the field, just so you can see it. It's going to look, it said June, it's got pushed back to July, but I promise it'll be in July. I've been working hard on that. But anyway, but it goes beyond just the football field. Tana works on everything regarding high school sports, stepping in whenever we need something. I asked her if she could help with Hall of Fame night. She took it completely over. Her and Evelyn planned everything. It was I say it's the best night I've ever had in education, was the Hall of Fame night. That was personal to me because I had athletes that I coached that were men with children now, but it wouldn't happen without the Booster Club and without Tana. The lunches, the cooking for our staff, there's nothing she won't do, and we are very, very blessed to have her as a parent and just as a community member in Fountainville. So thank you for everything. All right, our second. You can stay there. Yes. Our second Falcon of the Year, Todd Harris. Come on down. Yeah, this is a slippery little thing. Stay there. All right. I got to know Todd because I joined Rotary, and my sponsor, Paul's here, so thanks for coming, Paul. But I joined Rotary early in the year, despite the early meetings, always after a board meeting. I'm kidding. Right, 12 hours from now. No, they're fantastic, and it's a great group, and I'm very lucky to be a part of it. And I got to know Todd, and he met with me early on, came to the office, anything you need, just ready to help out in any way he could. And when I found out his previous professions, he built schools, and he was involved in construction. I started coming to him for more and more questions, and next thing I know, he's volunteering for everything. And so we had this ambition of, let's see if we can paint the middle school. And so Todd ran with it. And his level of organization is off the charts. I saw it at the golf event when I was volunteering there, but I only saw a portion of it. He's down to the minute, the details, everything. He's a perfectionist in what he does. But he hasn't stopped there. Since that painting event that we did on April 29th, I think he's been on campus every day, continuing to work on it to make it perfect, bringing more Rotarians in to do it, and he's on to the next project and the next project. And he's just kind of been like a huge surprise for me because not knowing him coming into this job and his generosity, his ideas, and his love of our district is unparalleled. So I am so happy that I became Rotarian to meet Todd. You've done amazing things for our district, so thank you. And Todd, you don't have to give a speech or an update. We just did that for Rotary here.
He was volunteered. Did you get your pin up?
Is there a fine? Is there a fine?
Oh, he's getting his pin up.
Oh, okay. Congratulations.
Congratulations, Todd and Hannah. We would not be able to get where we are without our community, that's for sure. Falcon proud, Falcon strong. Okay, next up is the athletic booster presentation. We really did have a presentation, Hannah.
Don't really have anything formal to say. We just wanted to come and present our check to Dr. J for the field and fundraising that we've done. And I just want to recognize, thank you for acknowledging me tonight, but really, this would not have happened without the help of a ton of community members, most of them football parents. So I brought Rich with me so we can present the check together. So come on over, it's your turn.
Big check.
Big check.
All right.
All right, there you go.
Thank you.
Where did this go?
Oh, you want to turn around so they can see?
Oh, okay. I just want to cash it. We gotta get that field paid for.
That's awesome. Yeah.
Thank you. All right, again, thank you to everybody who contributed, whether it be donations or time for our football field, that's just amazing to me. Next up are the student activity and auxiliary accounts on pages 61 to 81. Are there questions regarding those accounts?
Normally, we have the same month of our student auxiliary accounts and then our unaudited financial, but in this packet, we had April student account and May unaudited financial. Is there a reason those months didn't correspond?
Probably not there.
I'm trying to, okay, I don't know. Well, so when I went back and looked at all of the paperwork, we were actually a month behind on the unaudited financials than what you were seeing in the student activities month. So the student activity goes through the end of this last month. Unaudited financial, we have to wait until the county clears and does their reconciliation before we can submit that to the board.
No?
Just, I would anticipate in the future, they align. Thank you. Correct. Yeah, perfect. I'm with you on that. Okay.
We're still having growing pains. So no other questions regarding the student activity or auxiliary accounts? Okay. The unaudited financial report? Any questions on that? Okay, site council minutes, there was only the Fountain Hills High School site council minutes as other schools had finished their site council prior. Any questions regarding that? Hearing none, we will move on. Public comments. Krista, do we have public comments?
This one.
This is the time for the public to comment. Time limits may be allocated on public comment at the discretion of the board president for the board to efficiently complete its business. The board reserves the right to prohibit any comments made in a discourteous or threatening manner. Complaints about specific individuals, students, or personnel are discouraged. Personnel issues should be directed to the appropriate staff member or administrator per district policy. Members of the board may not discuss items that are not specifically identified on the agenda. Therefore, pursuant to ARS 38-431.01H, action taken as a result of public comment will be limited to directing staff to study the matter, responding to any criticism, or scheduling the matter for further consideration and decision at a later date. Our one public comment is from Joe Greco. And Joe, you know the drill, 3 minutes.
Thank you all for the time today. I just wanted to share some information about CTE. We are currently addressing a lot of different areas in CTE. I don't know how familiar everybody is with career and technical education, but CTE covers all the trades, covers nursing, covers graphic design, covers education and training. It goes on and on and on. We're making new commitments with employers all the time. They're reaching out to us to capture our students. They want students in their workforce, and it's growing on a daily basis. So industry has finally come to the recollection that there's a lot of value in education. Recently, I had the privilege to meet another Arizona graduate that came back to give back. He's now running a business, his own business. They started up on the west side, and he's partnering with our schools and our students. So this continues to happen. It's become a theme from what I'm seeing, and it just goes to show you the more you can put into education, the more you get out. I had a question. I don't know if I can ask this, because there's never any conversation that comes from the board. It's just to the board. You voted at the last meeting on the Four Peaks building. There were a couple no votes on that. My concern is there a plan when you vote no to make that building profitable? Or is it just a no vote to let it bleed? Because is there a plan to make that building profitable?
It's not on our agenda, so.
Or is this too early to ask that question?
Well, and I think we can give the direction that the vote happened, and so the vote was yes. So there is no discussion on it being a no vote because the vote was yes.
But if you're gonna vote no, shouldn't you already have a plan
That
to make that
discussion would have
profitable?
taken place
So it'll
if
take
no
place
went through.
after the no.
We can't have this discussion.
Right.
Sorry.
It's not on our agenda, so, and the board voted, so now that the board voted and it's a majority vote, the answer is yes, and that's been done. So it's not on our agenda, so we can't actually have a discussion.
My concern is what's the no vote for? It's not for the students or the school district, so without a plan, it just bleeds.
We only voted on whether or not to put it on the ballot, to be voted on by the public. So the no votes don't matter at this point because it went through, yes.
There was one other no vote on training. The training for the superintendent, I forget the agency, AZDBA or ASDBA. So I don't know if everybody knows where that training comes from. A lot of that training comes from staff at ADE that are familiar with the law changes, to help keep us in compliance, information on grants, transportation, nutrition, standards. It's important training. It's good for the school district to be involved with that, so they stay in compliance. They're aware of the laws. They get assistance. I just wasn't sure if everybody was aware of what that training involved, and I just wanted to shed some light on that. So, thank you for your time.
Next up is the consent agenda, which includes the personnel report, payroll vouchers, accounts payable vouchers, and donations. Are there any questions regarding these items?
I greatly appreciate our finance team putting together the documents for us to have access. It is a lot of information to go through, and I understand that we have questions with staff time versus resources versus which is the best way to meet the statute expectation of viewing the itemized statements. So I would just encourage again for us to maybe look for a way that we could be given just itemized statements, because we get 300 and 30-something pages of a board packet late Friday night, as well as another 400+ pages of itemized statements that we are supposed to go through. And either we need to be given it a lot earlier when it comes to this board packet so that we're not
Karen's
piling
going
it
to
all on
start doing
top.
it weekly.
Okay.
So you'll be getting those things weekly in your Google Drive. But this came after our meeting on Thursday, so she just did what she could. But yeah, she's going to start uploading them. I believe she said on Tuesday that she does all her stuff on Monday. And on Tuesday, she would upload it to the Google Drive. So every week we should have one to go through.
And then the only other thing I have is just there are some small, and they're very small expenses, so I'm not trying to split hairs here, but there are some small expenses that I would say are not, wouldn't be covered, or maybe shouldn't have happened. And again, they're very small, so they're not necessarily anything to freak out about or cry mismanagement, but they are an indication that someone who has access to spending money is, making maybe personal purchases, and that's questionable.
I would be careful, because we don't know the whole story.
And that's why I said it's
Okay, so
not
to say that, I think what we do is you bring those to me and you let me look into it, and when I have that information, if it doesn't make sense and it becomes an HR issue, if it does make sense, then I'll give you the reason for it.
Okay, but on the flip side, we haven't been getting these itemized statements for who knows how long, at least since 2007. So now that we have them and there are these concerns, that's what I'm trying to say, is where was the oversight beforehand to make sure that these things aren't happening?
But we don't know if there's any concern, so that's why I would ask, come to me, let me have that conversation with you, and let me look into it and get back to you, because, again, there may be a reason for it, okay? So I would say that we do have that conversation when you get your weekly update, we set up a time and you talk with me about it, and let me look into it.
Are there any other questions regarding the consent agenda? I'd just like to make one notation that on the personnel report, there's another Falcon returning to the nest. So I'd just like to congratulate them as a 2018 graduate that is now coming back to work in our district. So I love to see when the students come back and give back, as Mr. Brecker always says. All right, hearing none, do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
I second. Do all in favor say aye?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Chris, I'm going to abstain until I have some conversation.
So is that four yeses and one abstention? Motion carries. Next up, action items. Preschool discount for staff. Dr. J, would you like to give us information?
Yeah, Madam President, members, board and guests. So one of the things we worked on, working with our finance team, Dave Pigley, our attorney, is the opportunity to provide our staff with a discount for our preschool tuition, and the next item coming up will be before and after school care. But it was important to us that we take an opportunity to give our staff that opportunity. We looked at a variety of different ways to do it, percentages, but what we landed on was just a flat rate of $400 a month, $20 a day, $100 a week. We felt that this would help us with the recruitment of teachers to our district, that they could bring their kids with them to school, have a safe place for them to go to school in a beautiful place, and be able to afford to do that. That is a very affordable price, and I do recommend approval for the preschool tuition for our staff.
Are there questions regarding the discount for staff?
I'm sure how you've always taken it to legal, but is there any inequity in allowing our staff to have students attend for one day, but our community cannot?
We do allow our community a la carte. We
Do they
did,
not?
we
Okay.
did, yep.
Thank you.
That was basically my question too, was just if the community can access the per day rate versus, okay, perfect.
And I think there have to be some benefits to any job that you work. My son works for a golf store, he gets a discount on things he buys there. So
I know if you work at Target, you get a discount for things there, so I would see that our staff should be able to get a discount on something that would benefit them in their job as well. Are there any other questions, comments? With that, I move that the board approve the staff preschool tuition discounted amount.
I said.
Okay. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Next up is the before and after school care for staff. Dr. J?
Yeah, Madam President, members of the board and guests, this is, again, same topic, but this is taking our before school care and after school care and making it free to our staff, which will, I believe, allow them to attend IEPs and staff meetings and additional opportunities for them to be a part of their campus, knowing that they have a place for their children to go if they are in our preschool. We did open up our McDowell Mountain K-5 site to 7 a.m. now, so all parents can drop off at 7 a.m. for free of charge. And we are working with Boys and Girls Club on solutions to the after-school part of the day, but for our preschool students, we wanted to be able to offer our staff that opportunity to do that and be more involved in their campus.
Thank you. Are there any questions regarding before and after school care?
So my only question is, this one doesn't say specifically to preschool, which we kind of talked about. So if we don't have a solution for after-school care, what will we do for our staff?
So what you're saying is this, the way it's typed, doesn't say preschool.
To me, it makes the assumption it's for all.
Well, yes, so I
Which
would.
I don't have a problem with, but if we don't have staff for after-school care, are we offering something by approving
It
this?
should say preschool. This is for preschool.
So this is specifically.
This is specifically for preschool. So we do have before and after school care at the preschool, and this should state that that is free to parents who are staff members to have the free before and after school care at just the preschool. So can we need
So I
to,
motion
we amend it?
amend the action item to state before and after school care for preschool
Correct.
for FHUSD staff.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Next up is.
Now we have to vote, we actually have to vote on the actual thing.
Oh,
We just changed the name.
okay.
The original motion was never made.
I don't think so, I think your motion,
The motion included
Yes.
adding
Yes.
preschool.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's,
that's correct.
the vote is to,
Right, yes,
The motion wasn't just to change the name?
no,
no, the motion
Is that to
corrected.
To amend it.
no, the vote, the motion is to add preschool and approve that. So
Okay.
does that change anyone's vote?
No.
Okay. Moving forward, certified evaluator. We need to add 2 certified evaluators to the list that we had approved last month, I believe.
Madam President, members of the board, yes. The reason for that is one, just an oversight on our part, Nicole Latona has a principal certificate, so she felt with her certification in place, should be able to be a certified evaluator. And with Leah being overseeing the early childhood and preschool, we needed to add her as well to be evaluator of those teachers.
Other questions regarding the certified evaluators? Hearing none, I move that we approve the list of certified evaluators for the attached staff. Second. I have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Next up is the superintendent performance-based compensation pay. The board met in executive session earlier to discuss with Dr. J. Pursuant to ARS 15-341A40 and Dr. J's contract. Pay for performance is part of the Prop 301 money that was voted on back in 2000. It's part of teacher contracts, it's part of Dr. J's contract. So every year the board has to vote whether to approve that pay for performance up to 5%. Are there questions or comments regarding this?
personally, I think it's hard to vote on this when I haven't seen his contract. So I'd like to hold off until our next meeting, if possible, with receiving his contract first. So I motion to table the superintendent performance-based compensation until the board receives his contract.
I'll second.
Okay, Matt.
We haven't gotten this
I've not seen his contract as any board member.
contract. Yes.
But why didn't you ask for it?
This just came right,
so
we don't know.
Well, but I have to add that the board packet only needs to be you guys within 24 hours. I get it to you on Fridays.
No, I think the question was, they haven't seen the contract that this is based on.
So the verbiage on the cover page
But
is the verbiage
the
that's in the contract.
contract's not, right, the physical contract? is
No.
not, right? That's fair.
Confidential, it's, I don't know to a board.
No, it's public information.
Well, it needs to be requested. So,
So I think, I'm okay, I mean, you're not gonna start that in the meantime, but, we need to just make sure all board members have a copy of that contract. I mean, that's our contract with him, the 5 of us and him. So we should all have a copy of that contract in our file.
That's one thing that we were actually talking about, the performance pay coming from satisfactory progress towards the achievement of performance goals and benchmarks, which is what we went through before.
I don't have any trouble with 5%, frankly, and I think we him more than what to do it, I would say, because what he's done is way above and beyond any superintendent that I've experienced in 35 years.
Absolutely.
But I understand what you're saying.
There's a motion on the table
There
with a second, so we're having
No,
discussion.
we can discuss
I agree.
it before.
No, we can't. It's a motion. to
So
table.
we have a motion and a second. All in favor of tabling the item, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? I'm opposed.
I'm opposed.
It'll be tabled. I do have a question though. It has to be paid out by June 30th of each fiscal year. So Alicia or Tyler, where'd Tyler go? There you are. Is that still gonna be able to meet payroll?
I'd have to run an additional payroll in order to do it. We only have one more pay before June 30th.
Say that again about the June 30th thing?
It has to be payable by June 30th. That's part of the contract. This is the verbiage from the contract, right here.
Yeah.
So
honestly,
when
that's-
is your next payroll? The 20th.
Then
And
we
we
need a
don't
special
meet till
meeting.
the 28th, so we would have to have a special meeting.
I'm okay.
But they're not, because a lot of people are out of town this month.
They can call in. It's a one item.
Yeah, we can call. I'll be around for this one.
Okay. Next up is the purchase over $100,000 to Dave Bang for the playground equipment, Dr. J.
Madam President, members of the board and guests, so we have been working on the playgrounds for a very long time. It's quite a process to go through. So let me start by giving you kind of a background. Working with different stakeholder groups, from parents to students to staff, we ultimately landed on putting the playgrounds in this area of the new McDowell Mountain. We felt it was the safest location. There's roll gates. It's just the most secure location outside on the premises. There's also bathrooms right by the trees there. There is an indoor bathroom, 2 indoor bathrooms in the cafeteria, which is the green roof at the bottom left. And off to the left, where you can't see the screen, is another set of bathrooms for the gymnasium corridor. So there's actually 4 bathrooms in that area for students, and that was really important to the staff, that they did not want to have playgrounds that did not have restrooms nearby. So that was important to them. It was also important to the staff that we do not take the basketball courts and completely turn them into playgrounds, because they felt that the kids still like those and they're still usable and they're in good shape. So this is where we landed. We ran this through the fire department. I ran this through Dave Ott, and there was no concerns from Rural Metro. We ran it through Orcutt Winslow. There was no concerns there with the original plans of the school. And we ran it through all the playground equipment through the trust, who's our insurance company, to ensure that all the pieces that we're selecting are were covered for insurance on all of those. So that's where we landed. There is 5 pieces of equipment. The one on the far left is swings. We took those out. And the main reason we took those out is that the cost to put those in, I didn't think was worth doing. It was 3 swings. One was a kind of a multi-swing for multiple students, and then 2 regular swings. But the cost of that I didn't feel was appropriate, so we took that out. And then what we'll do is we will see how this works. Now, one of the things I want to share is that this corridor here has got 3 pieces of equipment. The current McDowell Mountain has 3 pieces of equipment right now, and then they have a 4th piece in the kindergarten playground here. So they have 4 total pieces for a enrollment of what, 280, Kevin, somewhere around there? 315. 315, okay. So if you take out your kindergarten, you're looking at about 265, 270, something like that. This playground now is going to service more kids because it's going to have all of our 4th and 5th graders in there. So you're looking at an increase of, at a minimum, 150, but probably closer, I would say, around 200 more students. So we felt that we need to make sure there was enough equipment that it was safe for kids to play on, and that we didn't have too many kids on too few pieces of equipment. The other challenge we have there, in any of the places that we had available to us, because remember, this was not built as an elementary school, this was built as a middle school, so we're converting it. And we can't just change the sign and say it's now an elementary school. It has to be appealing to parents and the kids. It has to feel like an elementary school. So one of the things that came up was the flooring, okay? And so no matter if you use the basketball courts or the courtyard, you're really limited on what they call pour and play rubber flooring as your solution to that. And that's why it raises the cost, is because that pour and play is the safest for our children, and that is important to us as safety. It is also most aesthetically, I think, it's got the most aesthetic view for parents and students as they come through. It reduces tripping hazards and things like that. So putting in wood chips was not really an option. You'd have to excavate that whole area and tear out all the concrete. You don't know what's under there as far, we do know what's under there with plumbing, but you don't want to put yourself in a situation where you're dealing with that. And so the only real solution was the pour and play for that. Same with the basketball courts. You wouldn't dig up the basketball courts and put in basically be like a shallow pool that you fill with wood chips. You'd also have wood chips all over the campus all the time, right? Because you'd have kids coming in and out of those all the time, and it just wasn't feasible for us. So this was the best location. We landed on, this is for the preschool. So at Little Falcons Preschool, we have to change the equipment because it is rated for ages 5 through 12, and our preschoolers are not at that age. So in order for us to have insurance on that playground, we have to change it. The second piece is playgrounds are what draw your total number of what you can have for enrollment at a preschool. So with that factored in, that's a big part of our enrollment of what we can grow, what we can become at Little Falcons. Now, I am happy to say that we're right now at about double the enrollment of this year. We still have all of June and July, which is when a lot of parents start thinking about school and thinking about next year, and we do expect that number to continue to go up. So we had to replace that piece there, and the pour and play that is there is in bad shape because, unfortunately, the design at that time is they put sand right next to it, and so that sand getting in the pour and play is not good. And it is worn down over time, and you can't just replace pieces. The holes don't match up, and you got to take it all out. So this project is project 1. You have to remove the old piece of equipment, remove a percentage of that flooring, put the new piece in, and then re-pour that top level to make it work. So what we're going to do is put some kind of, John Flynn is working on a cement slab or some kind of buffer between the sand and the new pour in place so that we don't have that issue moving forward. So that's the preschool. At the elementary school, we worked with, again, different stakeholders, came up with 3 pieces of equipment that we thought would capture the imagination of kids, make it fun to play. We want to push play in our children, especially after a pandemic and lots of time away from being outside and playing, getting away from technology and their devices and things like that. And even at a young age, we're seeing that addiction to devices. So we wanted to have something that was creative, things that was fun to do. And as we went through all the different products with kids, these are the ones that we landed on. These are called play cubes. It's much larger than it looks. And it has a critical fall height of 8.5 feet. We can't go above 10, or the trust will back that. But as you can see here, there are things to do between the cubes. Each cube can house several kids at a time, and they can climb around and then ultimately get to the slide and go down. This is the back side of it to kind of see how it works. So these are the geometric cubes. The second one that the kids really liked, this is called Craig's Quest is the name of this one. This will house 125 to 150 kids at one time, just on that one piece alone. So it is a pretty massive piece. It has some ropes, it has different climbing areas, it has some cool hide and seek spots, and it also has several slides, as you can see here, that the kids really liked. This falls under the fall height again, this was approved by the trust, it's not being an issue, and has, the kids really liked that one, that was really one of their favorites. The third one is from actually a different vendor. This is called the Hydra. They have one of these in Mesa, in a park in Mesa. I did drive out, take a look at it. It was very, very popular with the kids there. And this actually has the smallest fall height of all 3. It's actually the shortest of the 3, but it has a couple of things that are really cool in it. It has ropes, it has climbing apparatuses, it has little cubes you can kind of climb in. It's very futuristic, kind of space looking. We did replace the banister slide on the right. Those are 2 poles. I was not a fan of those. I was worried about kids getting hurt, so we did have that switched out. I don't have that rendering on this image, but they replaced it with another slide, just another plastic slide. And then they also did a custom slide here. This is called the Alpine slide. It's their newest slide from Landscape Structures, and it just has a little twist at the end. It's pretty cool. That wasn't any additional cost, I don't believe, to add that slide, but the other one was a little bit of additional cost to get rid of the banister slide because I just felt it wasn't safe. So those are the 3 pieces. I wanted to share with you, our students couldn't make it tonight, they're on vacation, but they did do some videos they wanted to share, so I don't know how the sound's going to work, I'm going to try my best, but they did want to talk a little bit about the process. So let's see how this goes.
Hi, I'm Vivian Mustaki, and I'm just one of the committees and playgrounds. I think that I really enjoyed being on this committee and being really special. I'm glad that they picked me to be a part of it, and this really was really how I got to know all of the cool playgrounds and different.
All right.
I love being on a team to help walk them play, picking out the play because it's already there.
Very short word.
Well, her outfit says it all, so.
This young man had a lot of great questions. I wish he was here tonight. He could sit in my chair and do this job better than I can. So here you go.
3, 2, 1.
I'm Hamza, and I'm in 3rd grade. This playground equipment don't look too high, and even so, some holes, if they look too high, holes will be after that might give them like less scarcity. It will feel scary for being too high. The slides are very nice. Some are higher and
sorry, we're gonna,
I like taking out that sing for children, and it looks proud of the children. And it looks like it would be a good place for other kids
yeah, so anyway, it was really rewarding to be on that, have these kids be part of the process. They really took it seriously. Every question was about safety. It was great. In fact, we actually were originally looking at large towers, and we moved away from them because the kids felt that it was a little too high, maybe a little too scary, and the staff hated those. So we moved away from those as a result. We also had a parent group that came in and looked at all the equipment to see if they had any problems or concerns with it. And lastly, our staff, our district staff and principals and groups like that, we looked at all of them and landed on final decision. So with that, that's the process. That's how we got to where we are. And I'll take any questions you have about the playgrounds.
I think you know what question I'm going to ask. I know we are not required to get multiple bids for this, but did we look at anybody else?
We did. We have 2 different companies actually represented here because we did do that. There are only really two companies that I could find that I felt did this kind of equipment for schools and had the experience to do it. Both are on 1 GPA cooperatives, which I still believe. For example, by going with a cooperative, Play World gives us an 18% discount off the equipment just because they're on the cooperative. Extra Play does a 5% discount because they're on the cooperative. But here's the thing that I learned. I learned a lot about playgrounds in the last couple months. One is they can't sell each other's equipment. So Dave Bang can only sell Play World equipment and Berliner. The Berliner stuff we looked at is really cool, but it is really, really expensive, and it was a little frightening to the kids. So we moved away from that. Extra Play can only sell landscape structures. They can't sell Play World or the other ones. So really you're locked into really a company or installer that does only that work. The fact that they're working with me is really, I worked with them really hard to say, can you guys just work together and let's do 3 pieces from one and 1 from the other, and they were on board with that. So that's how we were able to get there. But yes, we did look at multiple companies.
Kane, were there any type of grants for playground equipment? I know like Kaboom.
We looked. Yeah, I mean, it's hard because, this is something that's a necessity for all schools to do. So it's a little bit, there are some grants, I think, out there for communities and parks and things like that. There was nothing that I saw. I talked to Rachel over at the town about her playgrounds and the purchases that they've done. And I asked her about, was a lot of this funded through grants? She said no. She said they got some money from Rotary, which I knew about that. But outside of that, she said they budget for new playgrounds every 10 years in the town to make sure they're safe for the community. So we did look. We have received some other grants that were, like I shared with you. The 3 counselors is big. We went for a grant for the gym floor. We have not received that officially, but we did get some good news today that we're moving forward with that. So we are looking for opportunities, but I didn't see anything where a school is going to get that for playgrounds that they're required to have for the kids.
And what's the warranty on this equipment?
It should be. It's not a long warranty. None of them had it that I looked at. Let me see. Yeah, I'll have to take a look at that. And, it was not, I can tell you it was nothing that was like 10 years like the field or anything like that. It was a very short warranty. In fact, the pour and play will need maintenance within 5 years. So I believe they have a warranty on that for a year or 2, but you're going to have to do some kind of work to it about every 5 years. So what we'll have to do is we'll have to budget for that. I would imagine if we put around 5,000 a year away for maintenance for that, when that comes up in 5 to 7 years, we'll have the money put aside to do that, but it is gonna require some. What they basically do is the top layer will start to wear down a little bit, and they go in and they redo the top, just that top 25%. And he said that, he gave me a ballpark figure, what that would cost today, not knowing what it'd be in 5 years, but the warranty is very limited. I have to give you an exact number, but it's not something that is, that I saw that was like the field, where it was like a 10-year warranty.
Are there other questions regarding the playground equipment?
It doesn't, does each structure have a shade?
Shade is an additional cost. You know, we're working on that now. I have a company, again, on the co-op, that we're working with that would put, if you look at the way it's set up, there are 3 islands, basically, of playground equipment. So there would be a shade over each of the 3 islands. The cost of that, you know, it depends on your materials, how fancy you go. I asked for the lowest level of shade, and I believe that's gonna come in right around 90 to 100,000 for 3 shade structures.
Is there any way that we can move the shade structures there in Belmont now?
You really can't, because the footers on shade structures, they've told me, is around anywhere from 8 to 12 feet deep. And so by the time you dig that up, pull it all out, it just, you're gonna pay a lot of that back in your construction costs. And the ones at the elementary school are so faded now, they went with a blue color. I'm proposing we go with gray, so if it fades, it's not as noticeable. But yeah, they did not feel that that was worth doing.
And then you showed the landscape as part of the equipment. It's not in this particular packet for approval.
The landscape for what?
The
For the kindergarten?
Other play
The
space for that middle spot.
Oh, the equipment.
Yes.
Yeah, the equipment is the Hedra. It's the last one I showed. The reason that that is not on there is that is from a different company. It's from Exerplay. And I don't believe that is going to hit the $100,000 area where it needs approval at this level. So I will give you an update. The problem we're running into with Exerplay this time is that because this has been pushed back, their wait list of equipment has increased. And so they're telling me that they can't ship that until February now. So I have to make a decision of, do we want to keep that piece, or do we want to go with a different piece from Playworld, which is still shipping in around 10 to 14 weeks. So we already know this is not going to be done by, at best, they have in here October break is what Playworld is saying they can do it as. The teachers and the staff already know that going in. So the question is, do we wait on that third piece and get what we want, or do we go with something else? So I'll bring it back to my teams and get some decisions on that. But that's why it's not in there, but it's not going to be a part of this estimate. That's why it's not on there.
Hey, is there equipment at McDowell Mountain that is not gonna be used, because it won't be in the part with kindergarten?
There's 3 pieces. It's very outdated. I talked to Valdie Hambro, who's the former principal there. She said that was well there before she got there. She started, I believe, when my son was in 2nd grade. He's gonna be a senior now. So you're looking at a minimum of 10 to 20 years old, that equipment. I've been out there. Kevin can speak to it. There's not a lot of kids on that equipment. A lot of them are doing other things. It's very basic, very outdated.
It's in bad shape. Like one slide we didn't even use the whole year.
Well, wasn't part of it broken for a while too?
The slide?
Yeah.
Yeah, like there was a big tear in the bottom of it, like the plaques literally tear. So if you were to slide down, you'd get cut. It wasn't something that John could fix, so we just roped it off, put a cone on it, and roped off the top. So literally the whole year we didn't have one slide. It gets big loose, so it's not in very good shape.
Yeah, I've never approved it while I've been on the board, so I don't know.
Well, and if you just walk that area, and I encourage anyone here to go walk that, take a walk down Fayette, and when I walked it, the first thing I thought of, I'm a young parent looking at schools, like this is not it's not a great look. I mean, I'm just gonna be honest with you, like if we weren't moving schools, we'd have to do a lot of work over there to get that up to par. The reason I'm not as worried about it is that, we'll keep it landscaped, but nobody's playing on it moving forward. It will stay, I think, in better shape without 300 kids on it every day. And our focus is on the other side of the campus, which is the Little Falcons, but it does not appeal to someone as this is, oh wow, this is amazing. The new side is going to do that, and like I said, we can all have different opinions on that, but I just believe that the buildings will bring kids. I firmly believe that.
How many classes take recess at the same time? How many kids?
2, so it'll be 150 at a time at recess, and that will be up to 400 to 500 in the morning at one time. So that's why I believe we need to have the 3 pieces of equipment. The courts may be open, maybe not to start the year because kindergartners are over there, and we want to give those kindergartners their own space. It's a new world for them, and we want them to feel they love coming to school, and they're going to have their own space there. Their pour and play is actually part of the synthetic grass over there, so it looks like a park, but it has that sponginess if they fall, and their critical fall height on that is like, I don't want to be quoted on it, but it's got to be around 6 feet or 5. I mean, it's so much smaller because it's a smaller piece of equipment. But over time, the hope is that we can build expectations and we can have the kids over there. And the basketball courts may only be open at lunch for Kevin to decide. I mean, that's his team's decision. But in the morning, when we have all the parents dropping off, it will get very busy out there, a lot busier than what he's been having at his current school.
Is the field going to be open in the mornings?
No.
Is it utilized at all by the elementary or just for?
It's a tough call because it's a safety issue. I mean, a kid could literally walk right down those steps and get into a car with somebody and be gone. And there's no fencing. There's no. It's just not a safe location. I'm not saying we're not going to use it. It would have to be used under really good supervision. So if like PE is going to use it for sure, they're going to go up there. But it's one teacher. He knows his students, and he'll be able to take them up there. But when you have 200-300 kids running around up there, and one of them goes down the steps to go to the bathroom and doesn't come back, there's no fencing there. So that's why we wanted to put all these playgrounds in the middle where they are the most secure, so parents know the kids can't get out and go somewhere and wander off.
And the closest bathroom was the gym. So like if you're up there, there's no bathrooms for the kids to go to.
Yeah, and that was a non-negotiable for all of K-3 for sure, especially first grade.
You have about 7 seconds before they beat their pants, so.
Two in that age range.
I timed it, so. I stopped watching, So trying to get down the stairs into the gym, obviously, you're gonna have a lot of accidents, so.
Well, it's a supervision. You're pulling a supervisor away from one kid now, and now you have less supervisors up there with the kids. Like I said, I wasn't here when that was moved. I can tell you that playground, I'm assuming, was moved because it was the most cost-effective, cheapest way to do it. And like I've said in the past, sometimes that ends up costing you more in the end because now here we are, and that's going to not be used at all because it doesn't fit the model of little kids. It may work.
It was moved because it was only a year old.
Yeah, I get it. No, I'm not blaming him. I'm just saying it's not the best location.
And that school was gonna be 4 through 8, so you didn't have the same bathroom issues and monitoring that you do with K through 4.
But we do feel that space up there, it is used by our baseball and softball parents when they come watch games. It is used by our community members. We don't kick community members out of our schools when they're on there. So I still think those areas are used, but also everything that was up there that was fun has also been taken out. All the spinners are gone. The one big spinner is locked in place, so you can't spin it anymore. So the equipment up there is, again, there's not a lot to it, and it certainly can't accommodate the 500 kids. 400 to 500 kids are going to be out there at one time.
And that equipment is unusable as well?
I asked Andrew if there's any market for used equipment. He said no, because no one will insure it. So he said if anyone buys that from you, it would have to be somebody who's willing to take the risk of not having any insurance on the equipment. And so no school or organization is going to buy that from you. He said it's best just to probably leave it be and find another use for it, which is what we'll do. PE could still use it, go back, to the old playground for a day and reminisce, for those older kids, but it could be used for different things, but it's just not gonna work for an elementary school with kindergarten through fifth grade.
And it's about 9 years old now.
Yeah.
So there's no warranty or anything left on it either, so that would be my fear, is if you tried to take it up and move it this would be the third time now. The first install, then they moved, and then you moved again, it would probably break. Would be your questions?
And this might be more for Tyler or Alicia, I don't know, Dr. Jamie, you. So I'm back looking at the 2024 budget initiatives from your presentation and then looking at the remaining budget of the 2 million, just slightly over. And I'm looking at playground being $1 million. Are we going to be able to meet the priorities that you have outside of the playground?
Yes, it's much higher.
Share kind of
Yep.
big picture.
It's much higher than I expected to be. But again, so is almost everything. And so that is a priority for me. The kids playing is a priority. I've said that over and over again. I believe in play. I believe that that's important for kids. I believe it's important for families that the kids are outside and they're imagining and they're communicating and they are learning the skills that are required to be successful in life. And so, yeah, that is a priority. It is a big hit. I think with everything included plus shade, I have on my budget around 850 to 900. It is high. I get it. We've had to cut some other things. One of the team rooms is not going to get done now unless we come up with costs of the library come in a little lower than we expect, or we maneuver some other things around. But one of the things I found in this is that this is important to our teachers, it's important to our kids, and I think it's important to parents. I also want to throw out there that we have raised as a community around $650,000 this year. So I do want to throw that in there, that although we are spending a lot of money out of our savings account, we're able to do this because the community believes in the vision that we're doing and they believe in donating money. We have, the field money you saw, we have a donor who donated almost the entire amount of the planetarium dome that's coming, once we get the bid for that. We have another $100,000 from a local resident who wants something that they basically said that the school district would never pay for. These are things that are out there. So I think when you bring in that kind of money and donation, it lessens the effect of how this hits us. But yeah, it's definitely gonna affect what we do. But remember, everything we're doing over there is to make the facility more in line with modern day education, collaborative spaces, opportunities for teachers to move around, not be stuck in the classroom all day, go outside, go to a team room, play, those types of things, positive behavior. So I do feel we can still get everything done with our budget. Right now it's pretty tight. And I will find a way to get it done.
Are there any other questions regarding the playground equipment? Okay, hearing none, do I have a motion?
So
I second. All in favor of approving the playground equipment, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? I have 2 nays and 3 yeses. Motion carries. Next up is the Summit West signs, Dr. Jim.
Mine's dead. Oh, there it is. Madam President, members of the board and guests, we need a marquee at the new middle school. And so we looked at different options. Where we landed on this was that we wanted to have a marquee that could, one, establish very clearly that this is our middle school. I can't stress enough that it's so important that when we're consolidating buildings, that they have legitimacy to them. And so we have a district office right now, and that's what it is. Everyone knows that parking lot as the district office. It now needs to become Fountain Hills Middle School. People need to pull in and feel like this is my kid's school, this office is welcoming, the signage says that, the marquee out there is there, and all those things are in place. So we have to put a marquee in. I asked the difference between a static sign and putting in the screen that allows us to mark it, and it was about a $30,000 to $40,000 difference. And I felt that, while we're doing this, it was in the best interest of the district to be able to mark it on a major thoroughway through Fountain Hills on Palisades. Right on that corner there, coming through, we get a lot of traffic that way. It was a great opportunity for us to market our schools, our registration dates, put our seniors up at graduation like the Chamber of Commerce did on their sign. It's so many opportunities that we would, I think, regret if we, again, went the most basic way. So with that, this sign is a little shorter to the ground. It is a little more modern, but it has the ability for us to put up video and images on both sides as people are coming and going throughout the community. So that's where we landed on that one. John is checking with the town. Our understanding is anything we put on our property, as far as signage, is our decision. Now, I like to double check and triple check. So John will verify that the sign does meet the needs. I don't see how it's any different than the Chamber of Commerce sign that is right on a major thoroughway as well. So I imagine if they have it, ours would be as well okay. I was on the original planning committee in the Dark Skies. I have a very strong connection with them, and I will verify with Joe Bill that it doesn't violate any kind of issue.
Yes, I hate to disagree with John, but even though it's on our property, it doesn't give us the right to violate the Dark Skies because Pickleball had to make sure that their lights were compliant with Dark Skies. So we want to make sure that we're working, in conjunction with the town, not just going rogue.
We will. It's already in the works.
Are there questions regarding the marquee sign?
On this one, did we get any other bids, or was this, because I know that it's off as well?
I'd have to ask John. Like I said, I feel, and I just spoke to the Attorney General's office yesterday for a while, it is, using co-ops is, in my opinion, the best interest of our district to save money and get the best quality work. So when I see it's on a co-op, I feel very comfortable.
And then you said it's only $30,000 more than a static sign cost, but is that just initial? That doesn't include, upkeep and the technology and the software that it'll require to maintain it?
Well, if there's, like at anything you purchase, there's going to be some upkeep, but we have insurance if there's damage to it. We have, if
I guess my concern is that with any electronic, we see that the replacement is obviously revolving. You have to do that every so often, and so essentially like a TV screen sign, I worry that, we're gonna have a lot of costs moving forward.
I get it, but remember, the goal is to bring kids into our district. And so the best way to do that is to market and advertise and get that out to our community. And so sometimes you have to spend money to do that. And I just believe that this is the right decision.
Yeah, I agree with that, and I've been a huge proponent of marketing. I've pushed for marketing to be done. I just don't know that I think that this is the best way to spend marketing money on a sign that's stuck to the location. I think that there's other ways to do marketing that would have the same effect as like the videos, because I think that that's a really cool thing. I love when I go into the district office and you see the videos playing, they're a little older. I guess I just don't see a need for the sign to have that capability when I think that they're this is maybe not where we should be spending the money, I think.
Will this sign also have like, high school announcements?
It'll have district and middle school, but we can definitely, if there's an event at the high school we wanna advertise, sure. Like, with graduation, I would probably have ran similar to what they did at the chamber, all of our graduates. If they have a big band concert or a big playoff game, sure, we can put that on there. It is the middle school though, so we wanna kind of keep it as their site, but we are unified as a district, and I think we can, share marquees when needed. But again, there's a lot of, I just believe on a major thoroughway through town that the price over time will pay for itself with just the amount of additional customer service and the additional students that I think we may get because they see that, we have blasted out there free before school care,
But to argue, couldn't we put that on the marquee that's at the high school? I mean, you can read stuff on there. This has a picture. I imagine driving past this, and I don't know that I'd be able to make sense of what the picture is on there. And while I understand the value that images have, that's my business 100%. I don't know that this is the place to spend the money on image marketing. Does that
It'd
make
be
sense?
easier to see this than the one at the high school. I drive
No, the one
past
in the
it all
high school
time,
has just
I barely
words.
see it.
It has just words.
I
This
know,
is
and I
really-
hardly ever see it. This at least advertises the district.
Where you can see the pictures. I drove by and watched all the kids go through at the chamber one. You can see the pictures just fine and their names. How far away from the high school marquee is this marquee?
So you have, this is on the corner when you first pull into the middle school parking lot on the right. So you're talking, you have the whole bus lane and then the other marquee on the other side.
Are there other questions regarding the marquee sign?
Do we know the ongoing cost of technology, power, and resources that would be needed for this, designs, et cetera? We have an initial for that part of it?
I'm sure if there's a problem with the screen that we have to address that, but I would say that we have ongoing issues with our current marquees and we have someone come out, it's not a very large expense and we have it repaired and fixed, and I'll be honest with you, the high school one is gonna need to be replaced at some point too. It barely works and the technology is so outdated. We had to rewire cables through my office when I was principal there in the ceiling, back down into that location just to make it work again. And so it is gotta be 25 years old, that marquee.
It was replacing a previous one, which hung the letters up there. That was a class of, I think, 2000, somewhere in that range.
I know it was there when I coached, because they put our
It's been
state
there as
title.
long as my kids went to
Yeah,
school, which
so-
started in 2005.
So these marquees are pretty, like I said, they're pretty hardy. They're used all over at schools. I just, again, I'm gonna sound like I'm repeating myself, but if we want to grow our enrollment, our sites have to have legitimacy to them. And I just, having, if we look at the playgrounds, having the playgrounds not in a central location and it just looks like it's thrown together, that shows the people. It has to flow, it has to feel that this is right. And again, maybe I'm wrong here, but I've done a lot of research, I've talked to a lot of people, and I believe that the way a building and the way an organization feels has a lot to do with who enrolls there and who goes to school there. And I've been asked to bring the enrollment up. I don't know where it'll be next year, I don't want to be overconfident, but I'm just saying we've made a lot of strides and gains in that. And if that's important to us, everything we're doing is with enrollment in mind. Everything we do. We ring the bell in the district office every time we get enrollment. And we actually run laps around the office. I'm not joking. We do it. That's how seriously we take every single enrollment, and that's what I think it takes to grow this organization. So if we really want to grow it, then these are the steps that I think we need to do.
So the cheaper sign came, is it
this sign without the pictures, like what is the
It would
cheaper
be,
sign?
it'd be a sign with a static, like that. Just on a,
So you can't put up any.
well, we could go back to it, like, you know, like our middle school campus has now and our high school where it's an LED message, but again, now you're starting to look at what are the real savings now, 10, 15.
Well, that's my question, is that, like, I don't want the sign where you put the letters on it, because I've seen too many misspellings with that. But, you know, and yeah, we wanna make sure that we look updated, but I also just wondered what the difference was, you know, between, like, what the middle school has now. Like, when you said that this sign's like $40,000 more, $30,000 to $40,000, what do you get for that if you didn't spend that $30,000 to $40,000? What's that sign look like?
Right, well, first of all, this is a much smaller, that's why I think the price is lower, is this is not as big as those, right? This is not a big towering one, this is a smaller, you can see a human being next to it, so you're looking at about 6 feet tall, right? The other one's much larger, so, you know, more, I would imagine, bigger footers, bigger issues that you have to deal with that. This, when I asked our rep, when I talked to him, I forget his name off the top of my head, I said, I'd like to be able to share with my board what is the difference in price between a static sign and this, and he said around 35 to 40,000.
And a static sign is just the sign.
The way he
It just
explained it to me
Fountain
would
Hills
be,
Middle
it says Fountain Hills Middle
It has
School,
no
home of the
technology.
fountain. That's what he said. So again, it, maybe his, even if it was the line by line, again, I feel like,
Yeah, I get it.
Yeah.
I just needed to know.
So
what
the $35,000 difference is for a 36-inch by 99-inch screen. That's the only difference.
on both sides.
But it's for a screen, the other one doesn't have a screen
Right.
at all.
I know.
So you can't
I-
run
I-
anything.
I guess something my argument is that I don't know that we need a screen.
But then you can't run any announcements. Like if there's just a sign that says Fountain Hills Middle School, you can't say, you know,
How many feet from this marquee is the high school marquee?
120 yards.
but that's the high school.
Yeah, but
That's
they're
not
two
the
different
middle
schools.
schools.
And one of the
so-
things we sold our schools on is that they're separate entities.
I understand, and I'm not against having a marquee where you can put the LED message. We claim all the time that we're basically like a sinking ship with our finances, but we wanna spend $110,000 on a sign, a fancy sign, hoping that that moves enrollment. I think that we need to update our buildings, that we need to spend money on things. But again, I just don't think that the TV screen is gonna make the difference. I think that we could put in a really nice sign and focus on image marketing elsewhere.
Okay, I've never shared and I've never said the words we're a sinking ship. I would never say that. I love this district. Okay? What I'm saying is that we do not have a marketing person. We do not spend any money on marketing. We've spent very little on marketing this year, and that has been basically utilizing a online website for presence out there. Okay? We've talked about putting signs down on Shea to celebrate athletes. Those are gonna cost money too. We didn't finalize that. We're waiting to see if we still wanna do it. You can't have the high school share a marquee with the middle school.
I'm not suggesting sharing, I'm just saying that we're spending $110,000 to put in another marquee, not that far from one that's already there.
but then they are shared.
But then they are.
No, I'm not saying that they should share, but I'm saying we're putting in this really high-tech one, not far from one that is usable, like we could do a similar one that's the same and have,
But the cost difference, according to the company, is, in my opinion, again, anyone can make an argument that any money we spend is wasteful, and we don't need it. But what I'm looking past, is I'm looking past all of that, and I'm saying, what drives this organization to grow and to be what we want it to be? And that's what I was tasked with. Okay, and time will tell. But what I can tell you is if I'm a parent and I pull into a school with no marquee, I can't tell if it's the district office or the regular office, and it's shared on a high school campus, I'm gonna have some concerns about
I'm
that.
not saying no marquee.
Okay.
I'm saying maybe we don't need to go with this
And that's,
Thanks, everyone.
yeah, and that's why you guys have that decision to make. I bring the recommendation, I bring to you what I think is best, and you guys can make that final decision.
Go ahead.
So trying to think a little forward thinking with our high school, because we've been talking with the high school marquee is potentially seeing its time. Is that what I'm understanding here also?
Well, it works.
We're gonna have to put another one of these in. We're not gonna be able to put one that's less than 110,000 with the screen. If we put one in it.
We can continue to repair the high school one at this time. I do not see where there's a software end of life coming anytime soon that we couldn't use it. So is there inequity between the three sites? Yeah, there is, because we're focusing on, we have to put one in. So if we're gonna put one in, let's put in one that meets the needs of the district. That's where we landed. If we didn't have to if we didn't need a marquee and I said, let's put a marquee in, then I would understand the argument a lot more that, hey, we don't need a marquee, let's not put one in. So we're gonna put one in. I'm just looking at the advantages that this brings us so that we can advertise. Just like our Chamber of Commerce advertises all the time on theirs, when you drive past it, it's informative. You learn about different events. I drove by and said, wow, I forgot, I have this event this Friday. I have to go to the patio party out there, or there's this, or there's that. So it does, I think it does work, and I think that the cost over a period of a 10-year period of time, if you break that down, that's $3,500 over 10 years. So if we spend $3,500 a year on other marketing tools, you're still in the same situation. So this is what our team felt was in the best interest of us growing and giving proper information to our community.
Joe, I make a motion to approve the sign from West Side.
I second.
I have a motion and a second to approve the marquee sign for the middle school. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? I have 3 yeas and 2 nays. Next up is the DH PACE. This is for fencing. Dr. J.
Madam President, members of the board, and guests, this is coming to you because we're going to exceed at some point the $100,000 ceiling. This is not all to do with consolidation. We use DH PACE for different doors and gates, and we have to get those ordered in time to be installed and ready to go for the first day of school. So we need to have gates installed at the high school, middle school campus. Some are for purposes of separating the two campuses, and others are for having a push gate out in an emergency situation that needs to be fixed. So this is not a purchase of $100,000. This is just authorization that we're going to go over $100,000 based on previous expenditures throughout the year.
So what are we looking at spending? Like, what have we spent and what are we looking at spending?
So you're looking at, and again, these are John's numbers, and he's going off quotes off these.
Yeah, I saw that. I just didn't know if
That was stated 414, so I feel like we've already gone over the 100, so I'm trying to figure out.
Well,
Some of these
trying to
are-
figure out what was spent and what we're still.
As Tyler mentioned earlier in his presentation, that $300 and some thousand has been spoken for, but not yet spent,
Right.
encumbered. And that isn't even gonna be that number, because Orcutt Winslow is not designing $2.5 million worth of work. In fact, they did nothing with the playgrounds. They're only doing the library. So I expect their costs to be around $35,000. That's just my guess. You have, we did some, we had to do a door. We did glass doors in our honors and gifted classes to make the classrooms interconnected so that the students can move back and forth between different teachers, to move away from the traditional everyone in one classroom the whole day, so they can get up, move around, go see different teachers, work on different projects, and do project-based things. So we ordered those doors. for the honors and gifted in 4th and 5th grade rooms, since they're working on team teaching model. There was also, my understanding from John is that the gates at the music building that we have to put in to separate the high school and middle school campus, and I believe the bus lane needs a push-out gate that it does not have at this time that we need to install. So that's where DH Base comes in. It's doors, gates, locks, things like that.
This includes the elementary school also?
Yes, any gates that we're adding there, which we do have to add some because we have to put a perimeter of fencing there, and that's the next one coming up, Brown and Brittle, is we have to put a security fencing around that place so that we don't have a little kid walk out into the desert and not come back in. So that's why you have to add that.
I guess my only concern in looking at this is it appears that we had already gone over based on the dates of the invoices. So can you speak to this, Tyler?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, on page
211.
Yep.
From what I can see, the amount we paid and the amount that's encumbered is $89,613. So it might be encumbered.
That should be page 208.
208.
That's the last page for DH Pace, doors and hardware. You'll see a grand total of 133.
Okay, that's actually 211 for us.
Oh.
But okay, go ahead. Yep.
Okay. Yeah, so 133, that's basically covered in the system. Like I mentioned earlier, there's obligated expenditures to date, $552,000. Encumbrances, $37,000, and then we have some pre-encumbrances which don't show on these type of reports. Pre-encumbrances are requisitions that are started. And so at that point, that triggers finance to say, hey, this is going to be over $100,000. That's when we bring this to the board.
So do the pre-encumbrances, is that part of the 133,000 or is that even more?
No, that would be part of the 133. That's
So-
the difference when you take that.
Okay.
This report is not a great report, but
So total, we're looking to spend 133,000 with them, and we've already spent 89,613 is what these other two numbers add up to.
yeah, so paid and then encumbered is basically open POs.
It just
that
doesn't show
haven't
the
been
pre-encumbered,
expensed.
so
Yeah.
that the other, 45,000 is what pre-encumbered.
It is new, obligations that then trigger this $100,000 threshold limit, and that's why it's not exceeding as a total for this vendor over $100,000.
So basically, we'd be adding about 45,000 to what we've already agreed to.
And again, a lot of those are for the consolidation.
So just a point of clarification for me, is it the dates of December 1st and April 14th, those are the days that John potentially went out and got quotes from them or began the bidding process or?
Which page is that, sorry?
It's the page before the grand total page. So for us, it's 211, I think you said yours was 208, so 207. So if you look at where.
So like here, so it basically,
Oh yeah, like the
Like
check,
where-
there's the check number and then the date.
Is that, yes.
Yeah, so those dates are when that check was cut. So that's when the expense actually took place. That's what this report shows. The date in which the PO took place would not show on, it would show above. There's a small little line. You have the purchase order pay history. You come down, you see the name of vendor.
Oh, yeah, and
And
then
then-
the
and
PO
then
date,
the PO
8/1/22.
Yeah. So this particular one was an open PO for doors and hardware services, so it's pretty typical when you start the year. You have various needs that incur at any point in time during the year. So DH Base is a vendor on the co-op that John prefers to use. So then on that boxed area, that's every time the district made an expense. And that date there is the date in which the check was done.
So all of these pages that we're seeing in our packet, of all the different checks and everything, should all equal those numbers, correct?
That's right, yeah, if you total all those expenses, that should come up to that 52. Are you looking at the PO total or the actual totaling of the expenses in the audit? Like I said, it's not a great report, so.
So like there's a check, like a check number. So these are checks here, these are checks here, and, so the PO totals are there. This, like the 12,500.
We have all PO totals.
Right, but she's asking like here, where it says like 12,500.
That's a PO total, that's not,
It's not,
yeah, you have to look into these, there's like the little box, yeah. I think I can work with Alicia on creating maybe a summary on the board agenda sheet, and then still providing this detail, but, this detail comes straight as a canned report from the financial system, so, without having some context of using the system, there can be confusion.
But this is a different bill than the one that comes after, like that page 213, so then we're talking about another 20,000 and so on.
So I think that's a different.
So that's the other one, that's the one for the elementary.
so yeah.
So my understanding is the DH case is for gates, locks, hardware.
Yeah.
Any exterior doors, or is it just truly gates and hardware?
It depends on the need. I mean, it can be like I know for personal, like they do any classroom doors, push bar doors, fence door. Like their company does pretty much everything in that realm.
All right, are there any other questions regarding the DH Pace purchase?
I move that we approve the DH Pace purchase for $1,100,000.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Next up is the purchase of Biddle and Brown
Fencing.
for fencing.
I move that we approve the Biddle and Brown fencing
I
purchase
second.
over $100,000.
Hold on, we can't have any, just, okay, were we able to repurpose any of the fencing that we are not gonna be using in the or anything like that?
No, you can't do that because then you would have safety issues.
I just thought that was something we had talked about repurposing.
Any other questions? Okay, I have a motion and a second to approve the bid from Biddle and Brown for fencing.
I'm sorry, I do have one.
Go ahead.
Do we have an overlay to know where the fencing will be?
Yes, John is gonna send Krista a map and can send it to you. It's basically any vulnerable area, it's basically on the back side of the building that goes into the desert and anything on the Fountain Boulevard side that someone could come in from the street side.
So we'll essentially be protecting then the entire new elementary school.
That's, yeah, it's a shell around it where any area, my understanding and what we walked and discussed is that any area that has an exterior door or somebody could get onto the campus will be fenced around, and then there will be, at each exterior door, there will be almost like a little corridor area where someone would have to, scale that, get into a locked door, and then into the building. But those have to have push gates, because you have to be able to get out for fire and school safety purposes. So that's where those gates will be in there at each of those doors. But basically, it's putting on a fencing on the perimeter. It's not deep, it's not a deep perimeter because that costs more. it's just a perimeter around, so that basically, if a student were to walk out a random door, they wouldn't be, going directly out into the desert. Now, again, if a student wants to leave on any campus nowadays with push bar gates, they're going to be able to leave, so you have to have good supervision of them, but that's it. The opposite is you have a school violence issue and the kids are trapped, and you can't have that, so.
Okay, I have a motion and a second to approve the purchase order for Biddle and Brown. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Next up is the updated certified salary schedule.
Madam President, members of the board, and guests, we had to update this to put the behavioral analyst on there, so you can see under pay grade U, and that's the only change to that. We just had to find a placement for that position.
Are there any questions regarding the updated salary schedule?
I move we approve the updated salary schedule.
I second. I have a motion and a second to approve the updated certified salary schedule. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Next up is the classified salary schedule due to the child care specialist position.
The only change there is child care specialist, so.
Which is under F.
Yeah.
Are there any questions? Hearing none, I move that we approve the classified salary schedule. I have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Next up is the coaching agreement that's going to be issued to all new coaches with the new school year, for all coaches within the new school year. Dr. J, do you want to discuss this? Or
Sure.
Ms. Lindler?
No, Madam President, members, board, and guests, this was put into place. Sorry, I'm starting to fade as the night goes, but this is put into place because of the fact that coaches are at-will employees. They have a one-year contract. And as a former coach, I can tell you that going into the summer and, not knowing where I'm at, what I'm going to be doing, it's helpful to have a little bit more specifics here in the agreement. So the idea is to make our coaches feel that, hey, you have a little bit more protection here in what we're offering, what we're doing. They're still at will, and there's a lot of reason for that. And one of them is sometimes a program needs to go in a different direction, and maybe there isn't a violation of any kind of policy, but enrollment in that program is going to go down, or parents are unhappy with the position and where it's headed, and sometimes the principal has to step in and just say, we're going a different direction. So we want to make sure our coaches feel good about working here, but at the same time, they have to stay at that at-will level of their employment.
I appreciate Ms. Nguyen putting this together. I just think that all employees should have some sort of idea of what their job description, whether they're a contract employee, at-will employee, that it is written out for them, so. Are there any questions regarding the agreement? Hearing none, do I have a motion?
I move to approve the coaching agreement.
I second. I have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Who's taking that second?
Lily.
Lillian.
Next up is the certified staff resignation and waiver from Maureen O'Brien. Dr. J, would you like to discuss this?
Just that you have all the information, you were provided with it, and I had conversations, made myself available if you had any questions prior to tonight, but employee signed their contract and has now taken a position in the district. We were not made aware of that until after that had been completed, and we have moved forward with on any kind of situation like that, it coming to you for decision on what you want to do as a board as far as liquidating damages.
Thank you. Are there any questions regarding this employee and her resignation?
My only question is,
In the initial, when she found out that she was not going to be compensated for the extra duties that she felt she was being asked to do, and then when she was reapproached to take on those duties, was it the same person? Like there was no background knowledge that she expected to be compensated for those duties?
She was hired by the previous administration with a contract from the previous administration. When we heard that there was concerns about the job description, we brought to the board a new job description, got that approved, and gave that to her for next year, for this current coming up year. She signed that contract knowing what the new requirements were, and then resigned after the deadline. Every contract has additional duties as assigned with what she was hired to be, what she was supposed to do. We felt that what we were asking to be done was part of that job. The description didn't maybe say that, so Leah took on some of those opportunities as well. Is that fair to say?
Yes, that's
Leah,
correct.
you want to speak to that?
Sure. Yeah, so Leah.
Come on, please.
Come on up.
Sorry.
Aww.
So Leah took on some of those additional duties. I do want to share that I met with her and went through all of her schedule and showed her that she had a lot of time in the school day that was not working with students. And I didn't think that it justified a 6-5 contract. And so I did not pursue that because again, my calculation showed that she had more time off than other staff members at the similar sites.
Yeah.
I can elaborate further.
And knowing what this job is, it entails doing exactly what she said was extra. That is not extra, that is part of her job.
And when she took the job, she understood all the duties that were expected of
We
her.
can't.
She was hired before.
That's right.
So what we did, and so what happened in the past, we addressed as the year went on, okay? And there was no other further discussion beyond the resolutions that we gave, which was Leah would take on additional duties from that position, and I denied a 6-5 contract because I didn't feel it was warranted. Then we did a whole new job description with everything we believe they should do, and she signed that contract in March. Then we found out the last week of school that she took a different position in another district. None of her supervisors were notified. No one knew that she took a new job until she already had the new job. And that was after the deadline. So when that happens, we send it to you guys for a decision.
And you gave her the updated job description back in February, is that correct? And then she signed her contract when?
She signed it on.
This says March 10th, 2020.
That's correct.
So she had the
She
updated job
was-
description for about 3 weeks.
Correct. And she was one of our first employees to actually sign the contract up, right? She done issued them at, I think, 2:30 and she signed it.
And I also want to share that we also told any employee that was thinking about not returning, we went around it a totally different way. Kindness, understanding, if you don't want to come back, this isn't the right organization for you, let's meet, let's talk. Kaylee met with every single person that said they may not be returning, had conversations with them, took feedback, what could we do better, and I think that's why we had a lot of teachers return, is they felt we listened to them and we were willing to work with them. We also let employees who asked for extensions or asked for opportunities to pursue other employment to do so. And not only do we do that, but we also offer to help them get where they want to be. Writing letters of recommendation, reaching out to other school districts, because we want people to be happy in their jobs and where they want to be. And if this isn't the place they want to be, we want to help them get there. So we offered that to all employees. And no extension was asked for, and nothing was shared with us until we found out that she took another position.
I'm going to move that we approve the resignation, but with the assessed damage of $1,500.
I second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Did you vote yes? Yes. So 5 yeses. Thank you. Next up is the proposed budget for 23-24 that Tyler presented earlier. The board does need to approve the
proposed budget before we can actually vote to approve it as adopted at the end of the month. Are there questions on the proposed budget that you'd like to ask Tyler? Okay, hearing none, I move, sorry.
I move to approve the budget without the adjacent wage levy. I feel like our taxpayers made it clear. I understand it's a small amount, but I feel like our taxpayers made it clear in November. And I feel like we've got opportunity to them this November.
So I have a motion to approve the proposed budget minus the tax levy,
Adjacent wage levy.
adjacent waste levy. So I have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Any opposed?
Yes.
Nay.
I'll vote yea. It carries. Next up is the Four Peaks resolution to sell, lease, or exchange the land. Even though the board voted to put that on the ballot, we do have to have a resolution ordering and calling for the special election. The details were listed in your board packet. Dr. J, would you like to add anything to it?
Just that the address is incorrect. It was brought to my attention, and we've already reached out to share that. Jim is available. Jim Gill's here, if you have any questions. You've been waiting patiently for this opportunity, so come on up, Jim.
I have a question. Are you doing the presentation first, or are you just open for questions?
I wasn't really planning on a presentation.
Okay.
Thank you, though.
So when it talks about precincts and polling places in section 9, it says the polls will open at 6 and close at 7 on November 7th, 2023. It's my understanding it's a mail-in. Is this just standard wording?
Yeah, good question. Madam President, members of the board, we do provide flexibility in all of our election resolutions. We do anticipate this will be an all-mail ballot, as you suggested, but we do like to have the flexibility in case something changes either with you or the county or even at the legislature that would somehow require a polling place election. So we don't have to race back to you, because by virtue of this resolution, you're delegating to district administration to actually contract with the county through an IGA to conduct the election. But we don't want to bother you, and just as a matter of timing, it might be difficult to get back quick enough if something changed. So the election deadlines are pretty firm, as we keep finding out, and they keep on making them earlier. But you are timely with your action tonight if you want to approve this resolution.
And my second question is, I know, Dr. J, you and I talked about the address, but the legal description if that is not the correct legal description for the Four Peaks property as well as the acreage, those items will be changed as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just becoming aware of that. So yeah, we'll confer after the board meeting and get that straightened out.
I think what happened was, if you search Four Peaks Elementary School, there's multiple addresses. From when it was, the middle school was actually at one point 2 different schools in one location with the same principal. So I think that's where it got probably messed up. It will be addressed.
I've actually already emailed Jennifer.
Okay, great.
And she said she would take care of it.
Okay, thanks.
So my last question is that on one of the resolutions on the certificate, are we just voting on the resolution for what it's stating on the ballot? Because there's the 8 ayes and nays and abstain, so.
I'm sorry, so I believe you're referring to the meeting certificate that we provide. So, so we'll fill in those blanks, or you will, once the vote has occurred. But with respect to the altering or revising the ballot language, we'll do so, and just based on our discussion tonight, it's clear that it needs to be accurate to reflect the correct address and legal description. So we'll get that corrected. And so there's no need to bring it back to the board or anything. Does that make sense? And then we'll go ahead after the vote and fill in the meeting certificate to reflect the votes.
So we're just voting on the verbiage of this certificate?
Well, you're voting on the election resolution for the site sale. And then the certificate will just get filled in. You're not voting on the certificate. The certificate reflects the record of the vote.
From tonight?
From tonight.
Okay.
Yes, yes.
But you're
Tonight's action.
voting on
Right. Yeah, you're voting on the election resolution, which contains the ballot as Exhibit A. The ballot that will now be revised based on the updated information. But the ballot is in, I would deem to be substantially final form in that the prefatory language, shall the voters be authorized, shall the governing board be authorized to sell, lease, or exchange the following described parts of the real property and use the proceeds for, as I explained in the ballot. That'll all stay the same. It's just the address and the legal, possibly the legal, but yeah, we'll get that right before we submit it to the county. But the important part, from my perspective tonight, is that you're comfortable with the initial language in the ballot, that first paragraph. That's sort of our standard sale and lease exchange language.
Where does this certificate go? Does this actually go in the pamphlet with all of the information? Or
No, it's just for our records, just so we have a record of the vote, just in our file.
Are there any questions regarding the resolution? Okay, hearing none, I move that the board adopt the resolution as presented in our packet with the address corrected for Four Peaks, along with any additional legal plot information.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? I have 2 nays and 3 yeas. Next up is the bond resolution. Same thing. It's language for the voter pamphlet ballot to be able to put for the bond. Are there any questions? Okay, hearing none.
So the bond language, it reads that we can utilize the new bond to pay off the old bond. Is that something that you plan to do, Dr. J? Or finance?
It's not a recommendation.
If I can speak to that. So I think the language you're referring to is on the ballot attached to Exhibit A, where we say the bonds may be refunded by the issuance of refund. Yeah, so that's just to kind of meet a statutory requirement. As Tyler suggested, there's no present intention of doing any refunding bonds, but we just want to get that in there so that we don't have to go back to the voters if we ever want to do a refunding. And the form of the ballot is our standard form, same bullet points we put on all of our bond ballots, taken directly from the statute. And I say that because it can look a little awkward, but the phrases are taken directly from the statute.
Any other questions?
When we do this material, are we going to be able to put in language that specifies specifically what we plan to do with the bond for our voters?
There is a section of the pamphlet where we break it down in general areas that we have to then stay within. So, we can say building repairs, renovations, and that has a number to it, and then we can have school safety upgrades that have a number to it. So that'll all be worked out through our finance team, and then we will, once that's done, then all the different groups that assist us with this will dive in and give us feedback on that.
So we're not able to be more specific than and I understand that the concern of being more specific because then you're kind of stuck to.
Well, it's also the size of the ballot, what it costs to print it, and how much space that you have, correct, Jim?
Yeah, I mean, all those factors come into play, but from my perspective, the biggest factor is, you may not be aware, assuming the voters approve it in December or November, the district has up to 10 years to issue the bonds. I know you intend to issue them sooner, but things change over even 5 years. So we try not to put the district in a box in terms of how the bond proceeds must be spent. So we've developed language in the voter information pamphlet, in the table that Kane was referring to, that basically has one or two line items that captures most of what could be done. And then we have a second or third line item that talks about pupil transportation vehicles. So pretty much everything is captured in the initial line item of building, construction, renovation, equipping, technology, furnishing, all of that, kind of not broken out by campus or anything, so that we have ultimate flexibility. You will be held accountable to the public because in September or October of each year, staff has to make a report to the board at a public meeting as to how the proceeds were actually spent once the bonds are spent. So and there's a tension because we have had clients who have broken out by school site how much money will be spent on carpeting, how much will be spent on iPads, and it just gets a little much because you can never possibly know how much you'll spend at each campus or for any particular improvement.
Yes, I understand budgets, but the concern here is that our community showed just with the last election for bond that they are not feeling that the money is being spent the way that we're earmarking it anyway, even with the generalizations. And so my concern here is that putting out essentially the same exact pamphlet that we put out every single time might not communicate to the community that anything is going to be done differently. I think that when you presented the projects, that was a really good step in the right direction. And maybe even if we don't put it in the actual election pamphlet, maybe if we just championed that a little bit more and said, hey, this is exactly how we are looking to spend this.
Well, and that's gonna be up to the PAC. A lot of that information gets distributed by the PAC committee, that they end up meeting with different organizations. Dr. J will meet with different organizations. He can present like the actual facts, but unfortunately last year, our PAC committee was limited on how many people were in attendance, and, you know, Dr. Sweeney did a really good job running it, but he was just him, and he was gone all summer. So he wasn't even here to be able to like gather that information, plus we went through a change in administration. So I think a lot of that information, as in previous years when the bonds did pass, was presented more by the PAC and the superintendent as opposed to in a voter pamphlet. So,
Well, and I'll add to that, like, we are working on a facility plan that isn't just related to the bond, it's just a facility plan moving forward of all the things we need to do, priorities for each of those, and we'll present that out to our community regardless, that we're gonna do that no matter what. But that will hopefully also answer some of the questions of the facts and the needs that the district has and how they be prioritized. So we are limited, our focus tonight is on the actual pamphlet. We are limited on what we can put in that pamphlet, how much space you have, because that's where the cost of this is. We have to print all these, mail all these, and do all that. And I do want to be clear that we made a decision, what you all did as a board, to move forward with the sale of 4P. So that was going to incur the $40,000 roughly cost to put that on the ballot. And for the way I look at it is, when we're talking about money and being concerned about money and spending it on different things, it's really hard for me because this building is $100,000 to $150,000 a year in loss to our district. And so when we go through all this process and get that out there, we'll have a plan in place of where this money will go and how we will spend it, but it's not going to be able to fit into that pamphlet because you only have so much space. So when we added the bond to it, it was an additional $500 to add the bond.
I move that the board adopt the resolution for the bond for the pamphlet.
I said.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? I have three yeas and 2 nays, Kristen.
Thank you, Jim.
Thank you. Okay, that's the end of our action items. Next up are discussion items. first up is schedules, Dr. J.
Could we take a 5-minute, I'm in that 10-second range.
7. I won't time you those, sorry.
Oh, that's good. Good time to stretch.
What's that? Basketball fan? Yeah. Country?
He works at their helicopter Airbus. More or less used to model to lose. That's their Airbus.
I know that's
Not like
No. Getting ready for the presentation.
like some of us are.
Yeah, White House.
Would you like to see it?
Well, I'm in Indiana anymore. Yeah.
yeah, how many? And it's like, yeah, it's almost like you guys have to read first. Yeah,
Snacks while I was sitting over there. Okay, you weren't supposed to look at me while I was looking at it. I heard Joe's done it. I heard it. That's right. I just really said a lot. I was like, I drink water. Now I've got my jug here.
Stop.
I actually printed out, that shows, you know, how much time I'm gonna spend.
You printed this off? We're gonna be here for an hour or more. I love it. I love it. You know, I don't think it is 9:30.
I'm still in
No joke. I'm
I know, I didn't either. I know, I didn't. You look at mine today.
I have them with no joke, you got for Christmas. I don't have one ever. 2 years in a row.
No, but maybe cemented it with the
Bridesmaids?
It won't be done. I'm ready to take one.
We're really good.
Look at Brad.
Okay, schedules.
Madam President, members of the board, yes, I'm going to turn this over to Chris Alexander. He's worked extensively on the schedules with the principals, myself, stakeholders, community, students, and he's here to share with you our plan with consolidation, how we're going to do the schedules and what factored into where we landed.
Good evening, thank you, Dr. J, Madam President, members of the board and guests. Like Dr. J said, I'll be briefing you on our schedules at all three sites. I just want to say special thanks to our principals and their staffs for their contributions to these schedules. It was definitely a labor. Notice how I leave that love part off. This has been months and months of work to get to this point. Excuse me, but we feel really good about where we're at with our schedules. So I'll go kind of school by school and go through, but kind of the reasons why we did this. I think it's important to address that. Through a lot of the conversations through various stakeholders, teachers, students were involved in this, parents, community members, we saw a need and a necessity to look at our schedules and change them at all three schools for better opportunities for our students as well as our staff, and providing a better working environment for them. So specifically for the high school and the middle school, improve overall student performance. Sorry, I don't know why that's on there twice. Overall flexibility in the master schedule, more course options for our students, provide students with the ability to retake classes if necessary, and also more time for teachers to collaborate and plan. At the elementary level for McDowell, also to improve the student performance, overall learning sessions are staggered times. There have been some issues over the years where our learning blocks of time, specifically like with reading blocks, are all at the exact same time for all the grade levels. And so that posed a lot of challenges for our support staff, namely our Title I reading specialists, our SPED teachers, to go in and do an inclusionary teaching. And also for our aides, we were spread way too thin. So we had to look at ways to stagger those learning blocks to provide better opportunities for our staff to work with their caseloads. And then also the collaboration time, and then increase student engagement through project-based learning is something that we'll be doing more of at McDowell Mountain moving forward with the new schedule.
Back up a second.
Yep.
The fact that you've got that up there twice tells you there's some reason we're here.
Sure. Sure. And it's the number one priority. Absolutely. It's improving performance for our students, yes. So the high school, it's the most complex. It was the most time has been spent on the high school. It's been a challenge. Mr. Hartman and Ms. Kane can attest to that. They would dread seeing me walk over to have conversations about the ever-evolving schedule and changes to that. And the reason being is because we are moving to a trimester at the high school. And we saw it after Kane actually met, he's a superintendent actually in California, and actually has developed a lot of trimester schedules for schools across the country, and he was absolutely free of charge. He donated his time to us, and he said, anytime you need to call me, Chris, call me. We'll jump on Zoom meetings, emails, whatever it was. So we ran a lot of things by him. He's got a great website where we looked and monitored a lot of what we did, and we considered a lot of different options. Do we go to a 4-period day versus a 5-period day, a 6-period day? And we landed on a 5-period day, and we'll kind of go through all of those things. But again, kind of the whys behind the trimester schedule at the high school. It has a lot of the benefits of a block schedule, but without a lot of the built-in problems with block. The alternating days, students being confused on what days what, when do I have this, when do I have that. But it's kind of I guess for lack of a better phrase, the trimester schedule will be kind of a modified block schedule, if you want to phrase it that way. But it allows for a lot more creativity and flexibility within the master schedule. As a small, comprehensive high school, having done the master schedule at the high school, Kane has done the master schedule, Mr. Harmon has done the master schedule, it poses a lot of challenges because we have a lot of one-off classes. And the trimester schedule will allow us, it doesn't eliminate those, we will still have those, but the flexibility is going to be there to where students won't have to necessarily make a lot of those challenging decisions. Well, do I take this or do I take that? They'll have the ability to continue to take all of the classes that they might want. Now, it's not to say that it eliminates it completely. It just decreases the frequency of that happening moving forward. It doesn't require any additional staffing to do this, which is another bonus. Provides more classes for students to take, and I'll touch on that a little bit. It has less stress for our students. Students are going to be asked to take 5 classes at a time each trimester instead of 6. So they're balancing less classes. I know going personally into college, taking 5 classes that first semester, that was a lot. And then taking 4 the second semester, my grades drastically improved because I was focused on 4 instead of 5. And we feel that this is going to be a benefit to our students to do so. Also more prep time for teachers with fewer students and classes to manage. Again, teachers are now going to be asked to teach only 4 classes per trimester instead of 5 as they're being asked to do so now. If you look at our average teachers, they have class loads for a semester ranging from anywhere from 90 to 120 students. That's going to be subtracted by about 20 or 25 students. So again, we're going to have more time dedicated for our teachers to have conversations with students, identify their needs, and help them grow, and also just manage their class loads. And the ability for students to retake courses, take courses over if necessary. And I'll outline that and how we have that ability to do that if and when that circumstances arises. But again, kind of back to the main point is helping improve student performance. We obviously don't have our own data to back this up. However, the person that we met with that does the trimesters, he has on his website 6 years of ACT data to back this up from prior to them going to trimester to the 6 years after. And in a 6-year period, their comprehensive score on their ACT test rose 6 points in 6 years, 1 point every single year. And so our high school had 1 point growth on their comprehensive, test scores on ACT, and we're not even to this model. And so we have some things built into the schedule that we feel at the high school will help even increase that even more moving forward. So what exactly does this look like at the high school? So again, you have your 3 trimesters, fall, winter, and spring. Each one is 60 days of instruction, so there's our 180 days in our calendar. Classes will be 70 minutes in length, that is every single class. And then we have A classes and B classes. A classes are, I guess, for people that don't understand trimesters, A classes will be kind of like first semester. So if you have like a world history A versus world history B. During the winter trimester, we will offer A and B classes. So this will offer, say a student doesn't do so well, Algebra 1A, fails that, they can go right back into it during the second trimester or the winter trimester. If they do, they can elect to go right into Algebra 1B and continue to move forward. And then same thing in the spring semester, we would offer just the B courses for those students. So we do have some courses that don't really have to piggyback off of one another. So for example, English 9A, you don't have to take English 9B right after. You could take a trimester off and then do that in the spring trimester. We have special notes that, for math classes, we want to be specific in that. When we schedule student schedules and say, let's have those back-to-back. Foreign language may be another one of those. Science may be another one of those. But with history and English, we can kind of have some breaks here and there and some flexibility. Electives, the same thing.
Before you move on.
Yep.
Among other things, EVIT's got a balanced calendar next year. So we're starting with students on the 24th. And we get a 2-week fall break. So just looking at the fall trimester, those students who go to EVIT are going to not have a fall break that they can go anywhere because they won't coincide.
I think our fall break, one of our
One of the
weeks,
2 weeks.
yeah, one of the 2 weeks overlaps, but yes.
And the same thing holds true for the winter and spring.
Correct.
So I am all in favor of this, by the way, but as you know, I'm all in favor of what you did. And I have to say that the 70-minute classes are awesome. I've got 2.5 hours in my block, and that's a bit long. So I think in 50 minutes or whatever it was currently, that 15 minutes is where things can really happen, especially if you got a lab environment. So thank you for putting this together.
Let me add to that. So where we landed on 70 was really, it's kind of one of those things that kind of came out of the pandemic. When I was principal in Arcadia, we did a 2/3 day over there. So we're trying to prevent lunch and common spaces and things like that, and they landed on, I believe it was a 75-minute period. Well, with all that was going on, administrators, we subbed a lot that year. And so I got to be in a 75-minute class, and what was nice is we took a break a lot of times about halfway through, and I would take them outside for about 5 minutes, we'd stretch, we'd talk about some other things, we'd come back in and start over again. And it was just the right amount of time where it wasn't so long where it was just hard to get through, but it gave you that a little bit extra time to maybe finalize a thought or a point or move on. So it's actually about depending on the period, about a 12 to 13 minute addition. But then as a result of that, kind of like a 4-day work week, you have one less class now that you have to take because of that extra time. So that's how we landed. We thought it was a good medium size.
I'd say additionally, if you look at the high school schedule currently, period to period, the periods are all different lengths. Some are 55, some are 56 minutes, some are 57 minutes. This schedule is 70 minutes every single class, so you have that consistency. Now again, you may not say a minute is a big deal, but if you add that up over 180 days, that's 180 minutes, maybe less or more that a teacher has with the students. So we have that consistency now built into the schedule.
And where does that put their lunchtime? Like,
I
long?
have it, it's still 45 minutes. Yep, their lunchtime has not changed, yep. So comparison between our current semester model and our trimester model. Looking at total teaching time that a teacher is going to be asked to have with students in their classroom under the trimester versus the semester. It's 280 minutes under the trimester, 284 under the semester. So again, a 4-minute difference. That's per day. Prep time, teachers are going to get 70 minutes of prep every single day compared to 56 to 58 minutes currently. But we also have that 30 minutes of common prep time that they'll have before students arrive each and every day. Lunch is still 45 minutes for students and staff, so we made sure to respect that. Students can still get off campus, juniors and seniors still have the ability to leave campus for lunch. Dr. J brought that, extended the 40 to the 45 minutes, so we wanted to make sure that we maintain that. And then obviously too, any high school you go to in the state of Arizona has the challenge of the instructional time for the year. It's always really, really tight. The state minimum is 720 hours of instruction, which you can see we're well over that. But when you start to look at, say, seniors having kind of a half-day schedule every single day, and for us to receive our full funding for a 1.0, they have to be in school for at least 4 hours. And so that posed a lot of challenges that we feel that we've overcome. I believe you all have a hard copy of an email chain that backs up what we've presented to the ADE to make sure that we have their green light and they're okay. They've reviewed this. They first denied it because they didn't thoroughly understand it. And when I picked up the phone, I said, hey, I think you need a little bit more information. Sent a few more emails, and this is the response that we got. And they said, thanks for sharing this because we learned a couple things, which was kind of cool, to be honest. But our instructional time, you can see it's actually increased the amount of hours that we're going to have kids be in school, and we don't think that that's necessarily a bad thing. They may argue with that. But again, it's going to be purposeful time and very meaningful and hopefully a highly engaging environment for them to be in. And then so this is an example of the bell schedule. 0 hour is definitely an option for us to have. I know we played around with that with band, for example. It frees up the schedule, specifically with our AP students. There's a lot of AP students that are in band. I know our new band director is elected not to do it during 0 hour, but it's going to be of an evening. So that's going to free up their schedules to do their academics and their AP classes. First hour starts at 7:45. It's a 15-minute pushback from the current start time of 7:30. We tried to figure it to make it, push back even more. We talked about that. But then students were going to be getting out around like 3:45, 4 o'clock. We start getting into athletics and missing academic time with that, with sports. So we'll continue to look at that and evaluate potentially pushing that back further. But right now, this is where we stand. Something that's new is the advisory hour. It's 20 minutes every day. Every student will be assigned to this. So think of it as a homeroom period, if you will, but with more purpose. I know the high school administration, as well as they're in discussions with us about how to make this meaningful and make this purposeful. The ideas right now are to do kind of different focuses on each day of the week. So their advisory teacher would talk to them about their attendance, if there's any attendance issues, their cohort of students, the 20 or so students that they have. They would address that. If there's academic issues, they would address those. But we also want to build in some fun PBIS things where we might have like a fun Friday, like some trivia. The first homeroom to call down with the answer, name that tune or something like that, to do some fun things and be some engaging and interesting things with them.
Can I just share on that?
Yes, go ahead.
So one of the other things about advisory hour is that we wanted to make sure that, and a lot of you have known me for a while, that it's important to me that every kid has some adult on campus that they can talk to, okay? And sometimes it's the principal, and sometimes it's somebody else that, you just never know who that person is. And when a kid tells you they have nobody, that's a concern, right? So that's where we get involved. So we felt the advisory teacher is going to have, since every teacher has this, that class size is going to be really, it's going to be pretty low numbers. So let's say you have 22, 23 kids in your advisory group. You're responsible for those kids all year. So you're building relationships with them. You're calling those parents. You're acting in a lot of ways as that adult to ensure every kid's getting a credit. Every kid who's failing, the parent has been contacted. You're giving them the extra, setting up tutoring, setting up opportunities for them, sending them to SST or maybe to the administration with concerns that you have. But we felt it was important for the kids to have that adult on campus. And it may not be someone they have as a teacher. It could be somebody, and the hope is over 4 years, they will have 4 different people that have been their advisory teacher that are looking after them and kind of feel proud at the end when graduation happens that they got through and they got done. So that's really the idea behind it.
One of the most successful programs for doing advising, that's been out for a couple of decades, but we have never done it here, and that's that every staff member has assigned a certain number of students, and they are in that role. It might be the cafeteria worker, it might be one of the custodians, but that connection, first of all, people thought that, does Chandler going to care about that? They're the most caring ones we have, because that's their day, right? Not that we're doing that here, but we've got
But
that
it could grow to
possibility.
that. It could grow even where we pair up some other people as part of that advisory period. But that was really important to us. It was also really important to us that, kids weren't being able to get so far behind. That's the biggest thing I've seen this year, especially with these online classes, how many kids are behind on work, and by the time you intervene, it's almost too late. And I'm very happy with our high school and the work they did to get so many seniors through the door at the end of the year. They worked hard to get them through, but the idea behind this whole schedule is we should have way less kids on the cusp of graduation 4 years from now because they're going to have more credits than they need. They're going to have advisory period, those all 4 years of their high school career. You're going to have to really try to not graduate is where we're trying to make it be. And so that's kind of the why behind the advisory period. It is all tied to academics, grades. It could be a review of PBIS, your points that you have, and maybe an upcoming big activity we're going to do. We're going to do some fun Fridays this year, like the middle school has done, to give them opportunities to socialize with their peers and things like that. But it's really about taking a break and saying, let's make sure academics, attendance, behavior, all these things are in line, and then those teachers should be making phone calls and having strong relationships with those 20 kids that they have as another adult in their life.
How does this affect the bus schedule?
Well, that was a challenge, Mr. Starr. The biggest thing for us is we did not want kindergartners and 8th graders on the same bus. So what we did is we moved everything around. You're going to see a big change to the middle school schedule, and that's because we wanted 6 through 12 on the same bus. And we made it so the 6th through 8th graders get on the bus first, so they can get their seats first, and then the high school kids come on afterward. So the K-5 kids have their own bus routes and their own buses with their own age-appropriate students. So we worked really hard on that, and that's why when we started the high school schedule, we toyed with a 9 a.m. start time, just thinking outside the box, and it landed at 7:45, so that we moved the needle 15 minutes because of busing. But Chris will talk about that.
Yeah, and the idea, because we would have to move the elementary to like a 7:30 start. We were envisioning, 5-year-olds standing out on the bus at 6:45 in the morning in December in the pitch black, and that didn't resonate very well with a lot of parents. So,
But in the real world, second graders are up at 6 o'clock in the morning, and juniors in high school don't even think about life until
School, my daughter was up at 5:30.
That's what we thought. And the emails we got from parents at the elementary was, no, do not do this. And so what we're going to do is, if you look at the schedule, there is opportunity, not next year. Next year we just got to get through the year and get through all the challenges that the schedule will present that we have not seen yet, right? We're going to have some bumps in the road we're going to have to fix, and we're going to have to think about. But our goal is that maybe in time, it gets to a point where students who are at a high academic GPA, in good standing with behavior and attendance, on track to graduate, have more credits than they need, then we might be able to open it up in the future where they could have a late arrival or an early release, and they still are going to have enough credits because they're going to have 7 more credits than they need when they graduate, and it'll be an incentive to do a great job. And so when you see a regulation coming next board meeting, we did that intentionally to leave the door open to do that. We didn't want to do that next year because there's so many unknowns, and we're worried, as Ms. Kane is worried about, a kid does really well, and then next term they qualify to have 1 less class, and then next thing you know the teacher has 2 kids in their class, and we're funding that. So we need more time to research that, but the idea is that we might get to a point where if you're a kid who wants to sleep, you could come in at 9 a.m., and if you're a kid who wants to get out early, you could be done as early as 1:45 and still meet your minutes. So that's the big picture where we're headed. We're just not there yet.
And then I'll bring up even again.
Yeah.
So we talked about it today. That presents a problem, and always has, right? Because you're giving up 3 periods a day and possibly 4 for transportation purposes. So you talk about the extra credits and so forth, but a person who goes to even is not going to have that variation, that flexibility. They've got to spend all day, every day in class.
They do, and they have to sacrifice, and my own son does it, and he would continue to sacrifice because he absolutely loves his program, and he doesn't care about all that other stuff. So this schedule worked better with EVIT, as I explained earlier to Mr. Saar, was that if you look at the schedule, all right, so if a morning EVIT kid leaves, they have to leave at 7:15, they usually get picked up right around there. They get back here at around 11, say, right? So at 11 o'clock, that's the middle of third hour, so they're not gonna be able to go to that class. So they go to the library and they have some time, about 25, 30 minutes of kind of study hall time to maybe get some homework done, get things ready for their day. In our current schedule, when my son gets back, he only has 2 classes left in his day at the high school right now. So he can only earn those 2 credits. He gets 3 from EVIT, so he only gets 5 credits. He's short of credit. He's not on track to graduate anymore. So he had to take an online class just to stay current or take a summer school course. In this, when you get back, you have 2 periods left in the day, but because you get a credit every term, you're actually getting 3 credits instead of 2. So now you don't have to do that anymore. There's no issue with that. And the same thing works in the afternoon. If you leave at lunchtime, you leave around 11 to go to the 12 o'clock class, 11:30, you're going to have first hour and second hour here, which gets you the 3 credits. The 3 EVIT gets you 6. So this schedule actually solves that long-standing EVIT issue. I know there's other issues there, but it really does take a kid to love what they do to take it anyway. That's why we have such low numbers to begin with.
And you students are usually back here by 3 o'clock, which brings them in connection to
reteach.
Our students. Yeah, for reteach, for sports, whatever it is they're going to do. Now they get back after everybody's left.
Correct. And so we think once kids start to figure this out and we continue to show them the great things that are there, we expect we'll see more EVIT kids taking it because it's a lot less burden on them like it has been in the past.
And they can go in the morning, which
we did not do for a long time. We did it this year. We have 3 kids going, and the morning is so much better for a kid who's social because they get back in time to go to their off-campus lunch, be with their friends. Now, when they're seniors, their friends are gone for the day. You got to stay, but that's again that sacrifice you have to make to be in the program.
But as a senior, you could still go to afternoon EVIT in that.
Yeah, it's your choice. Totally your choice. Yep.
And then I thought it would be helpful for you all to see some sample schedules. And I have to thank Ms. Kane for putting these together. I did not do these. She worked tirelessly to pencil these in. She's more of a pencil pen person than I am. So I stole these from her, so thank you for that, Jessica, for doing so. So what you'll see here is just kind of a normal freshman schedule of what you would see of any general freshman student on our campus for next year. And you can see how there are some where, for example, they take English 9A in the fall term, but they don't take the B side of it until the spring. But if you look at algebra, for example, they'll take algebra 1A in the winter term, and then they'll take B in the spring. So it's back to back, and they build off of what they're taught there.
Did they not do well in biology that they had to take it again in the winter?
Potentially, yes.
And speak to
There's no biology.
One of the things we also built in is an opportunity to do a Aspire prep class or a ACT prep class. So you can see in the juniors, is that on there? That schedules in advanced students, so it doesn't have it. But for students we feel benchmark-wise who need that extra push to prepare for state tests, the idea was that they would take, as freshmen, a Aspire prep class where for 60 days, they're just working on questions, things that are going to pop up on that test, preparing them so when the test comes in the spring, they're ready for it. The same thing at the high school level, so an ACT kid maybe who has in the past or is trending on benchmarks to be a 1, 2, or 3, they may end up taking an ACT prep class during that period for 60 days only, or an elective there to prepare for the test, which is great for their future, that they're getting free ACT prep right there in the day. It should help raise our scores. But if you're an advanced student who doesn't need that ACT prep, you're already trending to be a 4, we don't want to take an AP class away from them and force them into it. So it allows us to really put some teeth into benchmarks, like, hey, students, we look at these. And if you're not doing well, we have to put you in here because we care about you and we want you to be successful. And if we don't do that, we would be basically turning and looking the other way and letting you fail. We don't want to do that. So that was a really cool idea we actually picked up from, Mark, yeah, who was like, that's what helped his scores go up so much was putting in those prep classes. So, yeah.
I have a question on the junior schedule. Just out of curiosity, so you have AP Physics, all three, and AP Lang, all three. Is that because AP classes you're gonna have to take it for a full year?
Great question. So this is where we kind of leaned on Mark a little bit, because this was, as a former AP teacher, I was a little freaked out thinking, oh my gosh, I'm only gonna have my AP kids for 2 terms, and which 2 terms? Because the AP exam is at the beginning of May. And so he said, you can look at it in a couple different ways. You can do all your AP classes and say all of your AP classes are going to be all 3 terms. Or you can say there are certain AP classes that should be 3 terms and some that you can get away with and only have them for 2 terms. And so that's what we elected to do. So we have certain AP courses that will only be for 2 terms and some that will be all 3 terms.
And so how we landed on that is we looked at pass rates. So for example, AP Capstone has a 100% pass rate. At least it always has when I was here. As principal. I'm imagining we had 2 graduates, or how many we have this? Like we had a handful this year, but they all passed.
Yeah, it was like 8 or 9.
Right, so they all got there. That's pretty much 100%. There are certain courses that tend to have higher pass rates. So what we will do is, if it is a 2-term one, we'll have study sessions with that teacher, probably during the reteach time, and things of that nature for those kids to sharpen and be prepared for the exam. And then we'll monitor and adjust. I mean, if the scores drop, we obviously have to go back and look at it. But there's definitely, we have an AP teacher, one of our best AP teachers in the world here in the audience. But I can tell you that we leaned on them too for advice on which classes we felt needed that. And also, if you're getting an AP credit, which is college level and a higher GPA with the weighted GPA, we felt that taking it for 3 terms would probably help our scores more than anything, because now they're getting a lot more time on AP class than they were before. They were only getting 55 minutes for a year. Now they're getting 70 minutes every day. So that adds up to a lot more class time.
My whining here would be the fact that you don't have any even for the seniors.
I thought maybe it dropped off.
we were just kind of showing one or the other, of course, yes. Absolutely.
But to look forward a little bit, we're dropping a lot of the second-year courses. So it's a 1-year course. They can take it either in their junior year or senior.
Good to know.
That's being discussed.
Okay.
So this really works well under those circumstances.
It's good to know. Yeah, and as Dr. J alluded to earlier, in talking about an AVA student, instead of them being able to earn 1 credit per semester for a total of 2, under this they would actually increase that by 1. If you look at it, just a general student that's not an AVA student, instead of earning 6 credits per year potentially, they have the ability to possibly earn 7.5 per year. So that would take them to a total of 30 credits, which is 8 more than they actually need. So there's a lot of room there for them to take electives, things that they're really interested in, passionate about. Right now, it's such a small, tight window for them to, 1, get the required courses, but also take some classes that are frankly just fun, right, and interesting to them.
And we're doing the league minimum. 6, freshman, sophomore, 6 your junior year, and 4 for 22. There's no room for error. And so what we're trying to do, and I talked to Paradise Valley High School, Ian Dennis, former teacher here. Ian's been doing block scheduling there for years. They get like 32 credits at PV High, but his graduation rate went up significantly when they went to that. And basically what we say to our kids is we have to hold the line. Nobody takes you Gov Econ or English 12 till their senior year. Everything else is open to them, but those are requirements for senior year. If a kid wants to graduate early, we do that now. This would allow them to actually graduate early in March and actually get 60-day head start on college, or go back and get some work time in to save for college. And they can still come back and walk with us, but they would meet their requirements by March, and it doesn't affect our funding because we're past the 100th day.
And Where does concurrent enrollment come into this?
We're still working on that right now.
We've made a lot of strides.
We have, yes. And we have a lot of interest. I know we had, I think around 30 or 40 students actually sign up for American Sign Language, which we only offer through schools PLP. And so my conversations to sell this to Scottsdale community colleges, we have this many students, you offer this, how about you bring over an adjunct professor to come teach? And so that's what we're trying to work out right now. They had some ideas of us busing students over there, and I said, we would love to, but I said, now we're, to your point about, busing kids, and, now you're budgeting time away from our campus, and what does that look like? It's a 45-minute bus ride there, 45 minutes back. They're on that campus for an hour and a half for a class. That's almost a whole day. And so I know that's
senior
feasible.
year, it's possible for them to spend the entire day there.
It is, and we are open to that.
Absolutely.
And what we were working on, what kind of stopped our progress with that, to be honest with you, was we were trying to figure out a plan B for Spanish. Now, we luckily had a great applicant apply who worked in a trimester schedule at Globe High School, who I did speak to their principal about this trimester, the move, he was the one who did it, and she signed. So Spanish averted. So now we can go back to, all right, what other concurrent classes are we going to offer? That took up all of our time because we had to have a plan B for Spanish. So now that that's averted, Chris will keep working on that.
Where do our senior internships fit into the schedule? Would that be in the afternoon?
Ms. Kay will touch on that, but right now we're planning on to build it into their early release Wednesday schedule. So it will show up after their lunch period, and that'll be like an hour and a half block, give or take, for them to have that time to achieve that. Now, obviously, they can do it on the other days as well, but as far as how it'll be built into our system, it'll be built in on those early release Wednesdays. So the middle school, it's very, very similar to the high school, but on a little bit of a different scale. So there's a lot of things in play here. Again, similar to the high school, our middle school students will be taking less classes than they currently do. So instead of 7, they'll be taking 6, so easier to manage. The difference that you'll see on the middle school campus on their trimester schedule versus the high school, core classes are every single trimester. So a student will have English all 3, they will have math all 3, and all 3 down the line. And they'll participate in electives, so they'll have 2 electives per term. So they could have, potentially they could have 6 different electives throughout the whole entire year, which is far more than they get currently. So it opens them up to take some chances. And again, it's a 60-day window. So if they don't like, say, drawing and painting, they can go do something else. If they don't like PE, they can go do something else. And so it'll open them up, and we think too, it'll expose them to various electives and potentially newer ones when they get to the high school. Teachers will only teach 5 classes instead of 6. Again, that same concept that we discussed with the high school. Each class is anywhere from 59 to 70 minutes. Now, I know that might sound weird. That's a really big range. Every single class except for first period is 59 minutes. First period is 70 minutes, kind of that idea that we had with the high school brought here, but in a more of a middle school way to do it, where you have kind of a homeroom period where announcements are going on, etc. That's the 70 minutes, and then all the other classes are 59 minutes.
So we eliminated academic strategies and just didn't see it working in all my visits to the campus. Dr. Wheeldriver was not a fan of it. So what we did is we gave them 11 more minutes for announcements. And I would encourage you to come over for announcements at the middle school. Dr. Wheeldriver does a nice job. She's very peppy in the morning, and she gets after it. So she needs 11 minutes to get all her messages out.
Maybe not tomorrow. Oh, no, I'll be happy.
Chris, in your core, just a heads up, English won't be a core, it'll be part of everything else. Just,
yeah.
And I spend way more time than you can imagine on this, but English teachers will become specialists, working with the science, math, and social studies teachers to incorporate language arts into those programs that are applied. Science is an applied curriculum, math is an applied curriculum. And I like the fact that we can do that much better with the flexibility of trimester than we could. But a couple of years from now, we could be looking at those those kinds of standards coming from the state.
Yeah, correct.
At some point, no rush, but when somebody's plate's empty, is there a way for the board to get a list of our classes and electives, just so we know what we are indeed
Absolutely.
teaching?
Absolutely. And so these are sample schedules for 6th, 7th, and 8th graders. Again, very straightforward in comparison to a sample high school schedule. And you can see there are 4 core subject areas along with various electives that will be offered this year at the middle school. I think it's great that Dr. W was able to get Spanish as an elective there. I think that's going to do wonders for our kids as they go into high school. Obviously the hiring of a new band instructor I think is going to be awesome, and having them down at the middle school and being able to do various things there. But again, they're getting creative with electives and again, just trying to expose kids to more avenues of education. Then similar to the high school, I just wanted to give you an idea of the comparisons between the old semester way and the new trimester way. One of the noticeable things that you'll see is the instructional time did increase for the trimester. And again, the schedule at the middle school is a little longer when you look at the total day. But again, to compensate for that, instead of an hour early release Wednesday, they're going to be an hour and 40 minutes every Wednesday. One of the things that we saw from our teachers and the feedback we got from principals is an hour is we just get started and then we're done. And so we looked at having 2-hour early releases. But at the high school, we couldn't do 2 hours because of the instructional time. Again, that tight window. So we landed on an hour and 40. Transportation was an issue when we tried to stagger and go 2 hours for elementary and middle and just an hour for the high school. We just could not make it work. I think I went through like 5 or 6 different revisions of how to do that. And John just goes, that's not enough time for me. Or, we were going to have kindergartners with 10th graders and that wasn't going to work. So we landed on an hour and 40. And we feel pretty confident that that's going to give our staffs ample time to do what they need to from a PD perspective and kind of move the needle there. And it also compensates for that kind of quote-unquote extra time that our teachers are on campuses. It gives that a little bit of that time back to them.
And let me share that parents don't need to panic. We're still working on the early release Wednesday schedule, but what we have done is we will ensure, what our goal is to ensure that they will still be able to pick up at the times they're kind of used to, right? So at the middle school, say the new elementary school, if it ends up finalized at an hour 40, right now, Kevin, what time they get out on earlier? It's 2:20?
2:20.
So, and in this, they would get out at 2, so it's a 20-minute difference. What we would do is we'd have extra recess time, or we'd have aides and security and people out with the kids for that extra 20 minutes so parents could still pick up at the same time. So we don't want to scare anybody off with that. Or they go to the library for that 20 minutes and work on different things, or have reading time in the library, right? Those are things they can do. At the middle school, in high school, it's much easier to deal with because those kids can walk. A lot of times they're driving at the high school. So at the middle school, a couple of things we're working on. One is to have a space for them to go in the library as well. But another option is Boys and Girls Club is $25 a year for teenagers. So most of our 7th and 8th graders, they could pay $25 a year and go unlimited to the Boys and Girls Club. So we'll offer that out to parents. It doesn't help our 6th graders, so that's why we would have something after school for them on Wednesdays. Like probably be library time, work on your homework for the next 20 minutes till your parents pick you up. But we don't think any of that is so drastic that it's going to cause any issues with our parents. But any watching, I just don't want them to freak out. We're still finalizing, but everything we've done is taking into consideration, we don't want your day to change any from this year to next year. So if you're an elementary parent and you drop off at 8:10 every day, you can drop off at 8:10. You want to drop at 7? You can drop at 7 now because we want to help you out. Everything we're doing is to make your life better, not worse.
So with our high school reteach, so let's say we have a family that has a high schooler and a middle schooler. The high schooler has to go to reteach, and they typically pick up the middle schooler and bring them home. What will happen with the middle schooler if they are not required to go to reteach? Is that just the parent's problem?
No, we currently have that situation now where I know they get out a little bit later, the kids, they get out at 3:10. A reteach is typically not over, what time? Or so 3:15, 3:30, pre-teach?
It was,
3:15. So yeah, I guess they could get over there and probably grab them. But what we'll do is, since they're on the same campus, we would just allow the kids to stay in one of the, again, the library or a space like that. We'd work it out with them. But again, there's always going to be some really specific need. And what we've told parents is talk to us and we'll work it out. Dr. Wheeldriver is going to open the campus 45 minutes early for middle school just because she's there and she doesn't care if they want to sit in the lobby for a few minutes, do some homework or read before the security guards open the campus. We're going to be very flexible to parents, and no one says I got to leave because you're scheduled. We'll find a solution.
I assume that they'll play more video games than they will do homework.
And so here's the bell schedule for the middle school. And again, just kind of note that their start time is 5 minutes after the high school, so it's staggered. Their release time is 5 minutes prior to the high school. Again, as Dr. J stated, they'll be on the same buses, so middle school kids will get on the buses 5 minutes before they hit their seats, and the high school kids come out. So again, there's purpose behind that. And again, reteach will be something that's going to be prevalent on the middle school campus. It's going to be something that they're held accountable to, just like we see at the high school. It's not built in. That was a thing that we looked at with the academics, the academic strategies class that was there. We got rid of it, so we needed to have something there and have more teeth to it, And so reteach will be from 3 to 3:30 during the week, and so that's how we'll tackle that.
And only if you need it. So we expect it to be 20 kids. If it's more than that, then we gotta keep working hard, but it's only if you need it. So class gets out at 2:55, and that's the end of the day, unless you're scheduled for reteach, which you'll be notified as a parent prior to that, and then there will be a late bus that will drive those kids to their stop. We don't just modify the stops, they just tell the bus driver what stop is theirs, and they'll verify that and drive them off there.
On your previous slide, you had lunch was 40 minutes, but on the actual schedule, you only have lunch at 30 minutes.
Because we're counting the passing period, the 5 minutes before and the 5 minutes after. That encompasses it as well.
That was Dr. Wheeldriver's doing. She didn't want the kids to see it was 40 minutes long, so
I didn't want them
she was
to
trying to
notice it.
fool them into 30, but it is 40, and that's a perk for our staff too, to have an extra 10 minutes of lunchtime, and they feel with 3 security guards, 2 administrators, and a counselor that they can manage that extra 10 minutes. So, and again, if we see an increase in incidents, we can modify that down really fast. Just working with our staff, and add like 1 or 2 minutes to the bell schedule, and we work through it. But I'm confident that there's so much to do on that campus that they're not going to have that.
Yeah, I just want to make sure, I'm all for kids having a nice break during the middle of the day, and I hate to ever think that we're like taking time away from that, because kids already, I remember when my kids were in school, they ate so fast because, they had to like hurry up and get their lunch done, and it's such a bad health habit.
So this gives them 10 more minutes, which is great. And again, I don't foresee it being an issue that we have to change the schedule.
And the lunches are staggered the middle school week before the high school, and then there's about a 10 to 12 minute break for our custodial staff to straighten up, clean up, and get the cafeteria ready for the high school kids.
And that's the way it was 30 years ago, when we had the same situation. Although the middle school kids, junior high kids at that time, were cut short in the time in order to get, and it was at 10:30 in the morning. So this is way better.
It's an actual lunchtime.
So again, I'm going to ask the middle school kids that get out before their high school sibling will wait on the middle school campus for the high school sibling that would be taking them home because they're going to
Yes.
5 minutes earlier?
They'll work it out as, it might be that they go to the pickup line and the high school kid drives through the pickup line like a parent, so there'll be security up there and people there, but yeah, 5 minutes is, they'll work out where they're gonna pick up. We don't want them walking through the high school campus,
Right.
so they'll have to work that out as a family of how they're gonna pick up, but,
I just
again.
have heard that from middle school parents with high schoolers driving, that there's questions on how that's going to work, and ensuring that they can get
Yeah, I think it'll be much easier than them now leaving the high school campus, driving to the middle school campus and going through that line. This should be much easier for them to do.
So the drop off for the middle school is gonna be by the pickleball courts?
Correct.
And they'll go through the gate.
There's a gate there, that's the main corridor, and then that's where they'll be in the mornings. There's two separate entrances on the bus lane. There'll be a middle school entrance and a high school entrance, two separate, those gates are already in place from the previous days. And then the high school will continue what they do.
Two pluses for me. I went to a high school where I had the same homeroom teacher all 4 years. That makes a big difference when you know somebody and they know you. And another one is like, you know, the high school where I taught, we had 3 lunch periods because there were so many students. And there were kids eating lunch at 10:30 in the morning.
Yeah.
So it's nice that you don't have to worry about that one.
Yep.
So, sorry, I'm just trying to envision the process. So the drop off for the middle school is at the pickleball courts, and they have to get over to the high school parking lot. Are they gonna go?
No, they don't have to go to this one.
Well, if they're dropping the middle school.
If high school kids.
And the high school is taking them, are they going to be doing a U-turn
No,
on Colton
they
Eagle, or are they
just-
gonna go back
Turn
around the
and go.
neighborhood?
They just go back
They will
around.
go down
Okay.
Main Ridge and then
Yeah.
down Hampstead and into the parking lot.
And finally, our elementary focus. This has been a lot of work. We're actually currently in some trainings right now this week with ASU, which I'll touch on towards the back end of this. But have an open mind with this, with McDowell's schedule. A lot of it is going to be more of a traditional elementary type schedule that you'll see anywhere, with maybe the exception of 4th and 5th grade. And so I'll touch on that. But this was really about redesigning education for learners and for our teachers. And that was the purpose in mind, is to make this more meaningful for both of those groups. So looking at this, as I started out, the whys for the schedule change in McDowell, it's staggering the learning sessions, and you'll see that. Now, some of them align for certain grade levels, and I'll kind of address that and how we're handling that. But designating learning sessions, saying this is the block of time, and the state actually recommends certain blocks of time for certain subjects at the elementary level. For example, like reading and writing, they say you should have a minimum of 90 minutes a day. For math, it's an hour, again, depending on the age groups and so on and so forth, right? So you'll see a lot of that, but there's going to be meaningful blocks of time. Now, again, our teachers are going to have the flexibility. Let's say they're in the middle of a reading lesson and they reach that kind of 90-minute threshold. Can you go over that? Absolutely. You know, and are you kind of paying Peter, robbing Peter to pay Paul type of thing? Absolutely, you could. You could say, hey, I need maybe 10 minutes less of reading, but I need that 10 minutes to add on to my math lesson today. They're going to have that flexibility and autonomy to do so. They're not set into it like, say, a middle school or a high school teacher is, whether by the bell. And that's, again, purposeful. One of the things that we've added is read aloud time, is for our teachers and our students to actually have a small block of time where they're going to read out loud, where that could mean a teacher is reading a section of a story or a chapter of a book. And I know some of our teachers are even thinking outside the box and creatively with that and saying, I'm going to have, and you'll see this with our 4th and 5th grade schedule, where they're having a reading and writing combo time with that, where whatever is read out loud, students then write about it. And they may answer questions on it, maybe a comprehension type of thing. It may just be, they read something that's interesting to a group of students, and then the students get to write a reflection on what they were read about, right? And so, again, just kind of thinking out the box, being more engaging in that process. The innovation time that you'll see. Innovation is a combination of science and social studies standards. And so it's inquiry-based. And again, a lot of the things, and Mrs. Sarkana touched on this with English, but science and social studies do a lot to support English and math currently. And so there's going to be a lot of project-based learning going on with science and social studies, again, that engaging piece. And you'll see a lot of this in the 4th and 5th grade models, and I know I keep touching on that because it's going to be a little different and it's a little unique, but it's going to be that way for K through 3 as well, where we have kind of a combo period of science and social studies. And then intervention and enrichment. This is the elementary's version of reteach. It's going to be really impossible to ask a 6-year-old to stay after school for reteach. And so we built this into the day for intervention and enrichment. And I'll touch on this a little bit more specifically and how we plan to tackle that particular section of the day for students and staff. But again, there's also more planning and more collaboration
for our teachers at McDowell next year because of this schedule. And there's also daily team meetings where grade levels, because now we have the team rooms, all grade levels, kindergarten, all the kindergartners can be in one room and have kindergarten celebrations, recognize birthdays, awesome things, their schedule, whatever it may be, because we have that ability now at that site. So the different sessions that you'll see, and I'll show you some more visuals, but team meetings. This is kind of what we envision for educators and students to start each day, gathering together in their respective team rooms. Time would be dedicated to build strong, close-knit communities. And again, one of my favorite parts about being at our graduation is seeing the kids stand up to say, hey, I went K through 12 in this district, or pre-K through 12 in this district. And again, these kids grow up together. And so why not start building that from their conception of school with us? And then together, they'll engage in team building activities, set goals, engage in celebrations, review the day's schedule, etc. You also see the learning sessions. Learning sessions are focusing on the core content areas that I outlined in the previous slide. Students' learning needs will drive regular changes in their schedule. What does that mean? Well, you'll see in our classrooms where teachers will actually give formative assessments at the end of each week, similar to what we do at the middle school and at the high school with the 5 questions, and assess where our kids are and whether they're growing or maybe falling behind, and how do we address that. Weekly formatives will be given, like I said, reading, writing, math, in order to measure their growth and progress. We do that to some degree, maybe not on a weekly basis. We use IXL, we use our Mauer data, etc., but we need to be a little bit more consistent and get measurements on them more frequently to see that growth. And how we instruct students, it may change from week to week. A certain student may be behind one week, but excelling the next week, depending on what we see on that formative. So we need to give them that opportunity to show us what they know and how they've grown. And then intervention and enrichment. This is what we call our all hands on deck sessions. And you will see that our intervention and enrichment periods for every single grade level, there's no overlap. And we worked really hard to do that. That was one of the suggestions that was brought back from Mr. Wilkinson and his staff, because originally we had maybe 2 grade levels, like kinder and first were at the same time, second and third were at a different time, but they were paired together. They said, no, we need them staggered, and they gave reasons why. We listened to that, they gave us our feedback, and we agreed, and so we made those changes. But this is where core educators, special education teachers, paraeducators, reading specialists, they're coming in on those intervention and enrichment times. And so that can be done in team rooms, it can be done in the classrooms that each individual teacher has, but we can break them up and we can say, hey, this is an enrichment group. These kids are above grade level right now. So let's give them a little bit more and push them. This group here, they're on grade level. Let's just continue to keep moving them down the line, and maybe this group is a little further behind. And so they need a little extra push and they need some intervention to get them and fill in those learning gaps. And so again, it's meaningful time, it's purposeful time. But again, this is also a time where if a special education teacher or a Title I teacher needs to pull out, this is when they would do that. They would pull out during this time to do that level of instruction instead of maybe pulling them out during a Tier 1 instruction, which unfortunately happens from time to time and maybe more frequently than we want right now at McDowell. And so that was another really significant change that we felt needed to be addressed, and we feel like we have with this schedule.
And I just want to add, all the formatives are already done. We have them for every grade level. So those 5-question quizzes already exist. So now it's just real simple. Teachers is where you get them. Here's the quiz, where they're at. Now when you go into your intervention time, the whole next week, you're working on those kids who struggle. The kids got 1s and 2s, they're in this group. Kids who got 3s, maybe in a 4 in this group, and kids who got a 5 are in this group. It's an easy pathway for us to do because we don't have to do any of the work. It's already done. We already have all these formatives ready to roll. And so we feel that enrichment time and intervention time is something that's been missing and really critical, because some kids will have multiple pullouts and they're not even there for instruction. And so they just keep falling farther and farther behind. And we think we're helping them by pulling them out, but we're pulling them out at the wrong time. And so that's what we've added in here is there's a time and a place for those services. And since those sessions happen so frequently, those groups can work together on which kids are going to work with during that time. So that's the thing I'm most excited about with the schedule. is, you all know how I feel about reteach, but this is now reteach at the elementary level, and it's awesome. Because the part we couldn't do at the high school, we tried, is the enrichment piece. It was too hard to get it done because the kids have all different classes and schedules. This is beautiful because now my kid's really doing well. They get that extra time with that teacher to go further into the material that didn't exist before. So we're really, really excited about that.
Chris, you mentioned project-based learning at the elementary level. How do you see that working?
Well,
and what grade level, I guess?
All grade levels.
Okay.
And I'm kind of transitioning into 4th and 5th grade here in a moment, which the 4th and 5th grade teams have really taken and just ran with this, where they already have created like binders of projects they want to do, but they're going to be, cross-categorical, and they're going to be over multiple disciplines. And our 4th grade and 5th grade teachers are already doing things like that already. We're just kind of enhancing that and pushing them to do even more of that and encouragement, and it's something that they're passionate about and they love. And so it really has been easy to say, this is what we wanted to do. They're like, cool, we're already doing that. Fantastic.
And I'll share, one of the things they have to work on their Wednesday or the release time, one of the things being an initiative from the district, is how do you align the portrait of a graduate to each grade level. So I want kindergarten to tell us by the end of the year this year, these are the projects we do that hit on each of these skills. And what we're going to, our plan is to take all those grade levels and combine it into like a brochure. So when we do a tour with a parent, we can say, here's what we believe the 6 skills that our students really emphasize, and here's the projects and the highlights at each grade level where they hit on that. And it culminates, really, the leadership, which is one of the big ones on our list, is it culminates with that senior internship. I mean, that is the idea behind the internship is they will come back to us after the internship and talk about how each 6 of those skills they have developed throughout school and in that internship. That's kind of the culminating project.
A portfolio.
A portfolio, exactly. So, go ahead, Chris.
So can I go back to that intervention and enrichment for just a second? So are we saying that our special education teachers and reading specialists can only pull out during that intervention and enrichment time?
Yes.
So what are we asking those staff members to do in the morning?
To push in. They'll be in classrooms.
Into the classroom.
They'll be in classrooms, inclusionary learning.
And is the staff all on board with that thought? Is that giving
For
them...
some, it's a mind shift for sure. And it's a practice that they might not be used to because it hasn't been done with fidelity in this district, but it's something that we feel very strongly in. And if you see, middle school and high school are doing it, and they do it very well, and they've been doing it for years. It's been a little of a miss, K-3. I wouldn't say that they're against it, it's just it's a change. And so change is difficult sometimes.
So, clarification then, if a reading specialist doesn't feel that they're able to meet all of the kindergartners' needs in that a little over 45-minute period of time, are they allowed to pull out any other time during the day?
Those are discussions that we can address on an individual basis.
And then our special education teachers, does that include our occupational therapists, physical therapists, speech therapists? Are they in that pullout in that time period also? Or are they still working at any point during the day?
They could work at any point, but again, we need to be a little bit more mindful of when we pull out, as Dr. J said. Right now, we see too frequently where students are missing high levels of Tier 1 instruction in whatever subject you might look at. So it's more of, again, building that collaboration, especially in the morning. What we're encouraging, and I know Kevin's working out more specifics on how caseloads are going to be divided amongst our resource teachers and so forth, and as well as our Fort McDowell teachers and our Title I teachers, to make sure that they have the ability to meet with grade level teachers, general ed teachers, and be part of the conversations and collaborate even more. And so that's something that we're encouraging. And so that way there's a plan in place of, I'm an OT or a PT person, I need to meet with student A at this time. Does that work in the day schedule? Tell me, does this work or it doesn't work? Or is there a time where I can actually come into the class and do some work? Because those minutes don't have to necessarily be done in a one-on-one or in a pull-out type of arena, right? It can be done in a more inclusionary manner. And that's what we're trying to encourage and push and help and provide training on how to do that.
And we had several meetings with the elementary staff on this schedule. We had 6 revisions to it. So we gave everyone plenty of opportunity to share with us concerns they have. No schedule's going to be perfect. We know that. But in the best interest of we feel, and Kevin has led that more than anybody, is that he's very, very passionate about the fact, and we all are, is that kids need to be in class for instructional purposes. They need to be there with their classmates. And then as needed, they're supported, but they have to be there for that first best instruction.
I think building in the collaborative time for the teachers is incredible. Because that's usually the biggest problem. Teachers don't ever get a chance to talk to each other and plan things together and putting this in all the levels.
They wanted time, so we've allotted them time. Yeah.
And so this screenshot just gives you an idea of what we worked out. And again, some of them, as I said, they're not 100% staggered. If you see like the reading blocks, for example, are not staggered, but the intervention enrichment times are staggered. So how we propose to address, say, the reading blocks and make sure that our students get the support that they need during that time for push-in services to be inclusionary is that we'll stagger those. So a Title I teacher would not have kinder and first grade students on their caseload. A SPED teacher may not have kinder and first grade on their caseload. They might have kinder and second. They may have second and fourth. So we stagger those. And we've had those conversations. Lee has been involved in this conversation from day one. And again, I know that's a little bit of a change for some. And it's thinking a little differently. And so we feel that it'll work. And again, the beauty of elementary, we can shift and we can change gears a little bit easier than we can say at a high school or middle school because schedules are kind of locked in and times are locked in. And so we can shift and we can make things work. Teachers are going to have, not only, and I'll kind of touch on this, but all teachers are going to have an hour of prep every day. They'll have a 30-minute lunch every day. And that hour of prep doesn't include the 40 minutes that they're going to get at the beginning of the day that's co-planning with their teams. So if you look at it, that's 100 minutes a day that they're going to get, plus the hour and 40-minute early release every Wednesday in addition to that. So there's a lot of time for our teachers at the elementary level to collaborate and have discussions, meaningful discussions, not about curriculum and instruction, but more about students, which is what it should be focused on.
Before you go to students, what are those specialties now? It used to be keyboarding, music,
PE, art, music, and STEM. And so back to your question about the collaboration piece on the PBL, I know when this was brought up, I know like Jill Cooper got really excited. She's like, I would love to work with, say, third grade to do, a quarterly project that relates to STEM and also is something that they're discussing inside their classroom. I know I've seen the CV and it's a suggestion that I've made to them. My son's in the Mesa School District, but in his second grade class this year, when they were learning about certain aspects in the quarter, they would pair up with the music teacher and they would learn a song and they would perform it. And so there's a lot of this blended learning that's going on around all the subjects and all the specials. So I know in introducing that and talking to Kevin and Nicole, as well as their staff, they got excited about that because as teachers, it's hard for us to find time to collaborate. And now we're providing them time to do so and encouraging them to do so and really pushing that envelope to do it more.
I know this is their favorite subject, but where does being textbooks fit into?
That's Kate, I'll let you touch
Okay,
on.
for which part? For the electives?
Yeah, textbooks, where does that fit in?
For the electives?
Yeah, and for the date. I mean, if they're going to have project-based learning, if they're going to have...
Well, the idea is that in all this collaborative time they have, they're meeting as a grade level and looking at all the standards that are all outlined on the map, on their calendar. So they can click on science, social studies, and math and see all those standards and then plan out, ahead of time. Hopefully they're planning out a couple weeks ahead of time what those projects would look like. how they connect it to the electives would be on them, to be creative in how they do that. Those aren't mapped out of the elective classes at elementary. So I think the biggest question we have, and it's the same burning question in Scottsdale, coming from there. There's no time built in for professional learning communities. Everyone talks about them, but there's no time. We're giving people time to do that so that they feel supported and can accomplish the things that we're asking them to do. So, like I said, most of the teachers we've spoke to are very excited about the change. They're nervous, of course. Everyone's nervous about change. But in the end, I think once they get in their schedule, they're going to realize that it works really nicely. They also were had a lot of input on breaks. That was important to them. Like, how long are we going to have without a break with kids? And I got to go to the bathroom. And so that's why we had 6 revisions. Okay, and we finally landed where we got it. So I think the Kevin can speak to as well. The elementary staff is very on board because they were so much a part of the conversation the whole time. It wasn't just thrown on them.
Well, having that extra time is great, but being more productive is just...
Productivity, we talked about that. Yeah, productivity, that's where it's at. So we will, again, there will be some professional development that needs to happen. We have already created for next year a district PD calendar. We are taking on one Wednesday a month off the principals to help them with some PD. And we're going to lean on great teachers like the ones we have in the room here to help run some of that PD. We've always done that with our staff. I can tell you some of the strengths that they have just by looking out in the room. Miss Meekum had huge growth in freshman. And Christine Barson teaches everything, and then some. So they can all do that PD for us, but it's going to be a lot of how do you get the end product to be more productive? And we'll give updates as we go. Like I said, there'll be some bumps in the road. We know that, but in the end, we believe this will help grow our scores and help us raise academic achievement.
So productivity, from my standpoint, in the last 6-7 months has been using AI, right? What I did in 2.5 hours, I planned to do for the whole summer. And it's way above what I would have thought. So I really think the time is right to really implement this whole thing with not only just that more time and more structure, but the productivity tools that are out there for teachers. KPT is just one of them, but it's a good one. And I'm not afraid of it because I got up my game too. So this is exciting. I think that a year from now, when we start seeing some numbers, and especially test scores and that kind of stuff, and maybe the reduction in the repeat stuff, I see that.
And so, moving on, 4th and 5th grade, it'll be a little different. Kinder through 3rd grade is your traditional one teacher, one classroom. 4th and 5th grade will not be that way. We are piloting a new program through ASU. It's called the Next Education Workforce Model, where it's a collaborative approach to teaching elementary. Mesa Public Schools is taking this and running with it, where I know their superintendent from my days in Scottsdale, and she has an initiative to have 50% of Mesa Public Schools be in this model in the next 2 years. They actually have a high school that's currently under this system. They have another high school that's piloting it next year, and they have a majority of their elementary schools are doing this model. And we're currently in a training this week with our teachers. We've done administrative training back in the spring, starting in March. Kane has visited some schools. I have visited schools back in November. And we fully believe that this will be something that will revolutionize our elementary school and separate us from our biggest competitor to the west. So what is this? To build this model, what do we need? Well, one, provide students with a deeper personalized learning by building teams of educators and distributed expertise. Right now, if you look at it, our elementary teachers need to be this. They have to be all things to all kids all the time. That's a hard thing to ask of anybody. They have to be on all core subject areas all the time.
What this model does is take a teacher and say, what are you the expert in? What are you passionate about? Because again, I don't know if you can remember back to when you were in school, but when I had a teacher that I knew that was really passionate about a particular subject area and I wasn't passionate about it, I became passionate about it. I became more interested in it. I had an English teacher my sophomore year. I didn't like English, but she made it fun. She made it interesting because of the passion that she had. And I think by honing in on that passion, that interest, and that expertise that teacher has is a benefit to our students and to our community. And so that's what this model will help us and enable us to do. It empowers our educators to develop better ways of teaching, and hopefully it helps retain their services within our district, train them properly to do so, and advance their careers. And that's what we want to do. So it's twofold, okay? And so, and again, I'll talk more about this, but it's a sustainable way to keep our staff, but also kind of taking what they already do and modifying it to a degree. Now, why did we pick 4th and 5th grade? Well, our 4th and 5th grade teachers are currently teaching under a middle school model where they have students that rotate. They don't have the same 25 students all day. And so when they heard of the news that we were consolidating and they were going to be part of the elementary, they were like, okay, great, but what are you going to ask us to do? Are we going to go back to the one room, one teacher model, or are we going to rotate? And I'll tell you what, they didn't like the idea of going back to the one room, one teacher model. So we, I would credit Kaylee Brown with this. She's the one that, showed me an email from ASU saying about this next gen model. And she said, maybe you should take a look at it. So I signed up, went, loved it. And I brought it back to Kane, and he wanted to know more about it, so he went and looked at it. And so here we are. And so we elected to pilot this in the 4th and 5th grade because it just made the most sense. Because they're already doing a lot of similar things that are related to this model, but now we're just kind of taking it to the next level.
And what we found in visiting those schools, high retainment of teachers. In fact, some of the teachers said, if we ever move away from this, we were going to retire and quit. Like, we're out. Some teachers said, I've been teaching 30 years, and they told me we're going to do this in kindergarten, and I said, no way will that work, and now I would never do it any other way. And it wasn't just one school. We went to several schools over multi-days. I talked to principals about it. When I went to the visits, I was the only school district in Arizona that was there. Every other school district was from all over the country to see this model. It is very, very strong. And so for us, we thought our teachers were already teaching a middle school model, but I didn't want the kids changing classes in elementary school. I didn't want them to feel like middle school. Now they're going to know all 3 of those 4th grade teachers, all 3 of the 5th grade teachers, but they're going to spend more time with different ones based on their needs and what those teachers are experts at. And I can tell you that, you notice when a great teacher leaves and you see scores the following year, sometimes those scores drops. It's a lot of times it's that teacher. So we definitely want to, like Chris said, make sure that our teachers are teaching in a team model. That's why this middle school is so beautiful with team rooms, team space. They're going to be able to move in between classrooms, and it's going to be really go, 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 but it's also 21st century style learning. You're no longer just sitting in one class all day in a row. You're now up and about, you're moving, you're collaborating, you're communicating, and you're doing projects, and we believe this is going to lead to them being more prepared for middle school and still have that elementary feel to it that is missing right now.
So this is a graphic that I took directly from the Next Education Workforce website, and it gives you a visual of kind of how this looks. So if you have, say, a cohort of a grade level of students, let's say again 4th grade, you have your core team, right? You have a lead teacher and then you have the other teachers that are there. So that core teacher is also one of your certified teachers that has, a subject area that they're an expert at, be it English, math, science, social studies, whatever it may be. And so they're all together. ASU, with us being able to go to these trainings and partnering with them, they're going to be more, they're going to have a better understanding of what we're doing, and they're going to send us teaching candidates. They're going to send us more student teachers because that's what they're teaching their students right now when they leave. And these ASU kids, when they leave and they graduate at 22, 23 years of age, they don't want to go to the one room, one teacher model. They don't want to go do that. They want to go what they've learned and so this helps us
hopefully obtain some teachers from ASU that we may not have the opportunity to. And then also you have the extended team, right? You have your SPED teachers, your reading specialists, our Fort McDowell teachers, our paraeducators, reading interventionists, and possibly community members that are going to come in to support. So again, to Kane's point about making sure that our students have at least one adult on campus that they feel confident and comfortable going to, this is just expanding their exposure to more and more adults on our campus of saying, you don't have that one teacher for an entire year. You're going to have multiple adults that are in and out of your room that you now can attach to, engage with, develop a strong bond with that'll help guide you through your years in education with us. And so that's just another benefit that we see to this particular model.
We're getting this at Edith too.
Yeah. And so kind of how this works, there are 3 teachers per team in 4th and 5th grade. There'll be one of them is an expert in one of the 3 main disciplines, whether that be math, English, or the science and social studies of that intervention or innovation time period. Students receive instruction based on their learning goals and the educator's expertise. So yes, a teacher, for example, in 4th grade, say Stacy Morgan, for example, she's going to be our ELA expert in 4th grade. She will teach the exact same lesson throughout the entire day over a period of like 4 periods of the day. So she will have a different group of 4th graders throughout the day, and she will teach the same exact lesson. Now, those kids may have certain abilities. There may be a group that's above grade level. There may be a group that's at grade level. There may be a group that's below grade level. And so she can modify her instruction based off of that. And those groups of kids may change week to week depending on the formative results that we get. And so that's the great thing too about those. And then students are supported not only by their core teachers, but also that support group of educators that I outlined previously, that extended team or that extended family. So you can see in this model, it looks similar, but it's also a little different. One of the suggestions the 4th and 5th grade team brought to Kevin and I was combining that reading and writing in what they call a reading-writing connection. And so that's going to be a 30-minute block of time where they look at, the read out loud is happening, but kids are also writing about that. That's something that we have to have our kids do more of. And they have to identify when they come into us as kindergartners that everyone's a reader, everyone's a writer. They have to be able to identify with that. And we have to have lessons that support that way of thinking and help them understand that, yes, indeed you are. Whether that's a kindergartner that's spelling things phonetically and misspelling things all over the place and writing R's backwards, to our 5th graders that can write possibly 3-paragraph essays, right? And so that's going to be meaningful time is to get them to love reading, find things that they are passionate about, that they enjoy reading about, that they enjoy writing about. And that's what that time is going to be for. And that's where the innovation time is going to come into play as well, where we can tie those social studies and science standards into what's being discussed with math and ELA.
And what's nice about this is if 3rd grade, 2nd grade, 1st grade, any of them come to us at the end of the year and say, we really like what 4th and 5th grade do, we want to do that, the schedule's built for that. So it's a simple flip and we're ready to roll. So that's one of the reasons we built it that way. It's because we have a funny feeling that more of these teams, grade level teams, are going to want to do this next year when they see it. And we won't have to reinvent anything. We just quickly switch it up and we're ready to go. So.
And the reason we believe that is because of what we heard from the schools that we visited. When we got to sit down with teachers and principals and district leaders, when they piloted one grade level, it spread like a wildfire. And so we're doing it with these 2 because of what we're currently doing with 4th and 5th grade. It just made the most logical sense. But to Kane's point, we definitely believe that our other grade levels are going to see this and go, well, why aren't we doing this and why weren't we asked? And we want to try to do this moving forward. And the last thing with the schedule, what you'll see is the times when you see, say, for innovation is 60 minutes, reading is 60 minutes, math is 60 minutes. That was of the suggestion from 4th and 5th grade. That's where this was driven by them. They wanted kind of more of an equal set of time. So, and then they can play with it. Like we said, they're going to have the autonomy to maybe add some time to that and take away. And again, that's going to be discussions that they have maybe
at the beginning of the week or on a Wednesday early release, where they have those conversations saying, hey, I'm planning this for science and social studies for innovation. I'm gonna need a little more time, or hey, I don't need as much time today as I do maybe next week. And so there's gonna be some give and some take there. But they're gonna have that autonomy to do so. So again, as I did with you with middle and high school, just a comparison so you can see the time that teachers will have in comparison to the old model. Again, 285 minutes with kids compared to 265 minutes. They're going to have 60 minutes of prep, which right now I think they have around 65 minutes, so it's a little less, but they're also getting 40 minutes additionally of that common planning time. Still a 30-minute lunch, that hasn't changed, but the daily instruction, it only went up by 5 minutes throughout the entire day. And again, if you look at the instructional time for the entire year, which at the elementary, K through 3 only needs 712 hours of yearly instruction, 4th and 5th needs 890. We're well over that. But the 2 less hours comes because we gave an hour and 40 minutes of early release in comparison to an hour. So that's where that comes into play. That 2 less hours, if you're wondering, that's 40 seconds less each day. That's it.
So your slide doesn't match what was in our board packet.
Oh,
So
really?
the total yearly instruction says 1173, and
Okay.
old model was 1169.
Okay.
So yeah, you're
I know these numbers are right, the numbers that I have
up there.
up here.
Okay.
I double and triple checked them 100 times just to make sure, so that might have been
Off of an old schedule.
off of an old schedule that we were
Alright.
looking at. Yeah, so I apologize
That's
if that's incorrect. So I do know these numbers are locked in. This is what we have. So and with that, I know you guys asked questions throughout, but that concludes, and I know that was a marathon. You guys asked a lot of great questions and had a lot of good insight. So if there's anything else, I'm happy to address any questions you might have.
My name is Jeff. Are you comfortable with August?
With August, the month? a little warm in this part of the village, neck of the woods.
Let me rephrase. Are we ready to go when classes start in August, I guess?
Absolutely, we're ready. I'm anticipating just the rooms being able to be moved into as more my concern right now.
Okay.
So, which I know we're going to get to, but I'm 100% confident that we'll be ready to start August 3rd.
I give faculty credit because change, and change thing that always goes down first before it comes.
Yeah, and there's definitely some apprehension. I mean, there always is going to be, but this is a great time to make those changes and rip the Band-Aid off. We're making a huge change over to a new campus, and we might as well do it all in one fell swoop. So, everything that we're doing is in the best interest of students, and I truly and sincerely believe that. So, some people, it may take a little bit longer to get used to those changes, but I'm confident that they'll see what we're doing and why we're doing it, and they'll see the fruits of their labor quickly as we transition into August.
Like saying a rising tide raises all ships. I see what's happening in the elementary area now, improving things as the students go up, and then they get to the middle school, and I see that happening in high school. So it's going to take a decade maybe to really see the end result of all this, but I'm confident that we've got it on the right track.
Okay, if we have any questions, let's go ahead and get those asked, because we have another whole presentation to go through, and I think our staff's starting to go to sleep.
Mr. Wilkinson, I have one quick question.
Sure.
You said you were concerned about being able to move in, and I know our staff had a deadline of June 15th in order to be compensated for that.
Correct.
Do we need to look at that as,
No, they're getting compensated to pack up, not to move in.
To pack their belongings.
and unpack though,
No.
correct?
No.
Just pack?
Just pack up and get their boxes in the hallway and labeled.
Okay.
They're
then
getting
July 1.
compensated with time by having no professional development when they return to spend all that time on their classroom, and that was agreed upon by our staff.
They'll have voluntary time after July 1. Right now, John's when it's at July 1, the new rooms will be ready for them to unpack. But of course, they don't have to do that because they're under contract, but they will have that opportunity to come in after July 1 to set up the rooms. If not, then what Dr. J just said, they have the entire first week with no PD or any scheduling conflicts so that they can get that prepared and be ready for August 3rd.
Do we have other specific questions? Thank you so much, Chris. I know you put a lot of work into this and the rest of our staff. Thank you. Next up is the Senior Internship and Community Service Program.
Madam President, members of the board, yes, I want to preface before they start, and this is going to be a work in progress this year, okay? It is going to be a pilot year, and with anything we pilot, we're going to be very flexible, and we're going to learn from it, and we're going to make it really, I think, final and polished for the juniors that are coming into their senior year the following year. I took the original pilot test for the teacher certification for history as the pilot group. And, and it wasn't ready for like 3 or 4 more years after that. So please bear in mind that we did not want to scare off our seniors or their parents, freak them out in any way. We wanted to start easing into this over time, building relationships with our community. We had a 90% response rate from parents that they supported this. We had a 90% response rate from our focus group of students that they supported this. And so that's why we're here, but bear in mind that this is going to be a work in progress, and it will take probably a good 1-year cycle to really polish this. Mr. Arthur.
Thank you, Dr. J.
Did your cookie give you energy?
My 3 cookies gave me. Members of the board, guests that are still here, George is
George is like down.
George, that nap is off the record. So, Mr. Wilkinson couldn't take it anymore, so he asked him too many questions. This was I will say labor of love. Like Dr. J said, it's still a work in progress. Want to credit the committee. We're all going to have a part here. Also, Haley Chandler, Haley, big part. She's on a cruise right now somewhere, but she was a huge voice in as a rising senior. I'm giving this for the student perspective, and as you'll see in the presentation, we solicit a lot of feedback. See the quote there, developing strengths not necessarily eliminating our weaknesses, focusing on the positives, which is what we hope to gain from the project. As the theme of the night, we look at the why. Those of you who know high schoolers, as all of you do, there's a cell involved. When will we use this? When will we need this? And the beauty of this is we loop it in with the portrait of the graduate in getting them prepared for the outside world beyond high school, beyond just the academics. But it's an overused phrase, but the real world and what do we want to do post-high school? It doesn't necessarily have to be college. Can be the military, can be trade, can be figuring it out, going to work, what have you. But it gets them thinking ahead, which, again, for some high schoolers can be a challenge. We did theme of what we do in Dr. J's philosophy. We got a lot of feedback from the community. Very high percentage of parents feel like it would be a great opportunity. I'm a parent. I would hope my kids would do something like this as well. The internship was very favorable, and about the same amount of kids were excited about it, and really thought it was a great idea. And again, as I said, it brings together kind of everything, local businesses, Chamber of Commerce, our community. It lets our kids go out into the community and be involved and bring it back to the school. Purpose, again, we talked about the why, and as we're promoting it, sharing it with the kids. We tie it in with the Portrait of the Graduate that's right out here in the hallway that we all came up with. Forward thinking, there is life beyond high school. Not that we're locked into anything, because I never want a student to feel that way. But what are our interests? What are we good at? What do we want to be good at? Just thinking that way. We always talk about the high achievers. We talk about reteach for underachievers. There's that gap in between, as I've talked about, that we don't want to miss either. The B, C, D student who maybe not as involved, maybe hasn't found their passion yet. We don't want them to get lost in the shuffle. This gives them yet another way to be involved, explore their career path or what they think they might want their career path to be, and move towards that kind of experiment while they're in high school, if you will, potentially earn credit, and build it into their curriculum. The goal of the project, and this is paraphrased, I don't mean for it to seem narrow, help our seniors understand their own personalities and interests, kind of look at themselves introspectively. That's tough for kids to do sometimes. It's tough for adults to do sometimes. And I think we're all evolving, but get them thinking about a career path, see what's out there, and then discover how they get there. Requirements, expectations, training, and really practice going out and looking for a job. Then, no, I'm still up. Then they will explore, they can explore what they want to do for their internship. It could be something they're already interested in, could be something that they think they might be interested in, and see what's out there in the community for them to do that with. And then the partnership comes in. Community members, professionals who can teach, mentor our students, and I already have a long list of people who want to be involved, what they might want to pursue as a career post-high school.
Can I ask a question real quick?
Yeah.
Are the internships going to be all done through the Chamber of Commerce and the businesses?
No, it's not through them, it's in partnership with them, and it's a member of their board, as an honorary member. I've worked with them on throughout the year, and Betsy's given me a list of about 15 businesses that are ready to go. We will have a job fair in this room in late July and allow those businesses to come in and sell themselves to the students. Fountain Hills Unified School District will probably pick up 1/3 of these seniors just in internships in our preschool and K-5 school, because it'll be I think simple for them to do. I think some kids will choose that. Some are interested in education or working with younger students. So it'll be interesting to see what they pick, but I do believe we'll, like the largest employer in town, we'll probably have the largest amount of interns as well.
It's awesome. So I'm going to talk about the 4 options. So they can do an unpaid internship, EBIT, an alternative research project, or a job or their employment. So the unpaid internship, so students who do not have an EBIT internship must complete an internship or the project. So the requirements are 40 hours of documented internship. The employability course will count towards 2 of their hours, which that will be talking about in a minute. The internship will be an area of interest for them, and then there'll be a presentation at the end of the year.
Question. Since it's a partnership with the chamber, are the students going to be able to do internships with businesses that are not part of the chamber?
Absolutely.
Or is it
No, we're just using them as an advertising. Yeah.
Great, awesome.
Well, and
our EVIT kids don't necessarily have an internship.
Well, I'll talk about them in a minute.
Oh, yeah.
Well, mine didn't.
Well, that's changing.
Okay.
The intern, not all, my program doesn't have internships because you gotta be 18, but, all the trades, that's the goal of EVIT. We've hired 4 people just to get internships for students in the automotive and welding and so forth.
And even the ones that are 18, a lot of seniors are, and they can schedule some of that actual work when they meet that requirement. So they'll explain kind of, the 4 areas look a little general and broad, but remember, we're trying to ease into this in year 1. It'll get better.
It could be paid internships too, if somebody's willing to pay, right?
Well, she has a job employment one that she's gonna talk about, so
Okay.
let's listen to her and then ask these questions.
You ready to go?
Yes, it's almost 11 o'clock.
So our EVIT students have the availability to use their CTE program for their senior project if it includes an internship. And you said that most of them do now.
The trades
or
and
will.
stuff, nursing and all those are not quite the same.
So if they have an internship, the students will complete the employability skills course and turn it in electronically. They'll have verification of the EVIT enrollment and their completion of EVIT. And then again, the presentation at the end of it, that's going to be every. And I can just use my son as an example. He's going to do welding next year and his senior year. So if there's an internship for that, he can do it. The alternative research project is students will be approved as needed by administrators, 40-hour minimum. Students will be given a specific prompts to complete a research project on their target position or how they can support their community, and that's coming in a minute. Again, they're going to take the employability skills course, and it will be utilized in research for their presentation as well. And then they'll also have the presentation.
What's the time frame for this? Let's say 40 hours, like over a semester?
It's
So-
over the year. Yeah.
We'll go into that in next.
It'll be tied to early release Wednesdays.
So I want to just talk to you guys about the alternative research project, because there are some kids that, for whatever reason, might not be able to go out and do an internship. So we have that alternative project. So there are 2 different project types. So number 1 says, what is your target position when you join the workforce as an adult? So they need to start researching, well, what is the job description? So they're going to be going out, researching different companies that are hiring in that field. So use those, those platforms, Indeed, Glassdoor, Monster. Like start looking for the position that you want. And what are those skills that they're looking for? What are their job descriptions? And then figuring out what does a typical day look like for someone in that role. And they're going to communicate with an organization or a company and interview someone in that role or their position, whether it be virtual, phone, or in person, to kind of learn more about that. And then what are their daily tasks? What are some challenges of that role? And who do they report to? And does anyone report to them? Kind of figuring out what are going to be the leadership qualities? What are the expectations for someone in there? And then be able to have a mock interview with somebody from there, just to be able to have, even if it's virtual, phone, or in person, just to get an idea of what it would be like to go and interview for that particular position after they've done all their research. And then will I need to be an apprentice or complete an internship? Those are things we want them to think about. And some of these students who might do the alternative research might be students who struggle and don't have a clear path of what they want to do, and this will help them figure that out. And again, they also can have the opportunity to figure out what will make them the most marketable for this particular job. What requirements do they need? What kind of education or certifications, degrees that they're going to need for that position? What requirements would they actually need in order to be hired in this position? So it makes them reflect on themselves and what do they need? And then they need to develop an actual plan on how they would actually meet all of those requirements in order to be hired at one of these locations. And again, this may look like a multi-year plan for them. It's making them really think about it. So what they need to think about is, what schooling will I need? Where can I get that particular schooling? How will I pay for this? And start thinking about those scholarships or loans. Will I need to be an apprentice? Again, it comes back up again, and what will make me the most marketable for this job? Okay, so those are the things for that project. And then they will have the ability to go in and present all their findings and information about that as part of their presentation at the end. Project number 2 is about how can your community benefit from you? So make them think about how they can make our community better. So what local organizations are there, and what are their visions and mission statements for those organizations? And really think about what issues speak to you. You know, are you concerned about animals, children and youth, environment, crime and law, arts and culture, disabilities, right? Think about all these different pieces that they could, that they might be really impacted by. And then again, making that communication and interview someone from a couple of the organizations that interest them the most, and find out their greatest needs for that organization. And then how can you make the biggest impact or difference for that particular organization? And then what they're going to do is choose one organization that they would hypothetically like to work closely with from all their research. And then how does this better your community? And really make them think about that question. And why is this work that they're going to do for them important? And so as we keep going, we start thinking about, well, you take a current problem or need that organization has and develop a strong solution. This isn't the, oh, well, I'll buy them this and they're done. It's really being able to think of like an action plan. It might be a 2-year action plan to help them come to this solution, right? So again, they're gonna have to start thinking, well, how much time does that take? What resources would they need for it? And how could they involve more of the community within this project? And where would you get the resources for that project, and how would you pay for the resources? Is it gonna be fundraising? Does the organization actually have a budget for something like that? And how will you balance your time volunteering with your life? Because we all have hard times figuring out how to balance work and life, and now if you're volunteering other places, how do you add something like that in there to make them think about it? So are you holding down a job during this time? And the so what factor. Why is this important? Why should I be doing this volunteering, and why is it so important for me to do this? So these are some of the things that we're asking the kids, and how does this better my community? So these are things that we really want to know, we have to be thinking about. So if they're thinking about their future in their job, or they're thinking about it in how they're bettering their community, those are some of the things that we're really, truly looking for with those students. And then we're going to move on to Allison for a minute.
And the fourth option is a job or employment. You had asked about whether or not they could get paid for it. And we do have some students who they need to help provide for their family. And so we don't want to take away from that. So on an as-needed basis and by approval, some students who are already employed as that necessity, we don't want it to cause an undue burden on their family, and so this is the fourth option. Requirements would be a minimum of 40 hours on the job. We also still want them to complete that employability skills course online, and we'll talk about that in just a minute. They will have to have a paycheck or proof of employment so that we can verify that that is actually happening. And we also still want them to have those interview skills, and so to have an interview with their employer about that profession and actually sit down with them, have a conversation about it. And then at the end of the year, they will have the presentation. So some of the senior project requirements, they'll choose one of the 4 options. And one of the things that we really want them to do, most kids get mired down in, okay, well, I can be a teacher, I can be a lawyer, I can be a doctor, I can be, and there are just a certain set of professions that they always think about. But we want to have them thinking outside of the box. What are some other trades that are available? So one of the things we'd like them to do at the beginning of the year, and I'm going to skip to this real quick, we have a built-in program that we already have available to the students. It's the Naviance Career Aptitude or Interest Profiler. And they have these different areas that they can go in and explore, and it asks them specific questions like, would you like to work outside? Would you like to work in an office? And I remember taking this when I was in high school. I loved taking these because it made me actually think about, well, would I like to do that? So we want them to really think about that, take these little quizzes and find out, okay, well, what would I like to do? So that's the first thing, is to do the Naviance. And just also be able to brainstorm with their advisor. What are some things that you would like to do? Come up with some different areas, and we will be piecing together a whole list of different employers so that they can look at that list and say, well, maybe I would like to work at the Chamber of Commerce. What would that look like? We also want them to have continual communication with their advisor so that they know exactly what those dates are, what are my drop dead dates for my 40 hours, when do I have to have the employability skills done. So there will be a Google Classroom that's set up for student communication. So they'll have those announcements, and checklists and resources will also be given to them. We also want them to do basic employability skills. So we want them to be able to fill out a basic application. We want them to be able to fill out a resume, do things like LinkedIn, and that has the availability of just pulling that information down from there and plugging it into a resume. We want them to have interview skills. And, when they interview, how do they dress? And just even those basics that a lot of kids just don't even think about. We want them to know just basics about ethics and conduct on the job. And then at the end of all of this, they will have a presentation. And they'll prepare and present in front of a panel who will include an administrator, an advisor, their advisor that they've had for advisory all year, and a community member. And so that was in that Naviance again. And
Let me just real quick add, on the employment one, the fourth option, we have talked further about that we want, for those few kids that qualify for that, it's going to be a conversation with their direct supervisor of, we want them to try to do 40 hours if the employer will work with us, which we think we'll be able to do, in areas outside of maybe their normal job, right? So and maybe whether it's paid or not, maybe it's they come in a half hour early and they work on scheduling, or they work on, I'm thinking of someone who works at Safeway, right? Maybe it's scheduling, maybe it is on hiring process, and maybe working with the manager and shadowing them for a little while, because it's over a year time. So it doesn't have to be right away. We don't want it to be, I have a job so I get my internship done. It's more of, we don't want to put another burden on you and your family because you're help paying rent as part of your job. But let's see if we can work with your direct supervisor on some other ways you can get this done within your actual job and be able to report back on it. So I just want to clarify that it wasn't like a simple way out, I just get a job and I'm done. There is more to it. So, yeah,
we thought of this, Ms. Kane and I, with a specific graduate in mind from this year who worked full-time to provide, walked everywhere and made it to graduation. And it was truly awesome. And just thinking about, like Dr. J said, I just can't get a job and get out of it, but there are going to be a handful-ish of kids who, from a time standpoint, will really struggle to fit this in. So, and that'll be vetted very carefully. Students will have an advisor. We talked about, Mr. Alexander talked about the advisory period, the added adult on campus, if you will, for all students to be able to go to, who will have a role in, checks and balances throughout the year, making sure the students completing what they're supposed to. So through the career aptitude test, assist in a placement. If there's a fine line, as you all know, again, dealing with high school kids, we're not going to do it for you. We're not going to, you're gonna have to do a lot of the legwork, but if you need help finding a place that fits, we'll help you find that. And then making sure the selection is appropriate and meets the needs of the project and the student themselves, getting the approval, and then helping keep the records, basically a parental role on campus, if you will. And just making sure everything's going as planned, so it's not left to the last minute. And helping them track the hours, again, the checklist, facilitating the course if they need help with that, and then helping them prepare for the presentation should they need that, making sure they have all their ducks in a row and are ready to present the way they would in the professional world.
All right, thank you. Is that?
One more. Two more. The advisor will be on the panel for their particular students when their students present.
All right, so we're gonna talk about the timeline and rubrics that kind of put all this together. So it's broken up with specific deadlines throughout. As we said, it'll be from starting in August to mid-February to complete hours. Now they'll still have time to put all their presentations together, and that will be at the end of April where they'll be presenting. So we've done our state testing, we'll get that done, and then they'll hit May with AP testing and finish the end of the year. The rubrics outline expectations very clearly and highlight the portrait of a graduate's skills. So just to briefly show you what we have, and for my old eyes, I want to get really big. So basically, we broke it down so that it's really easy. And with advisory days, it's fabulous because it's a perfect place to start, checking in with the students. So again, we're starting in August, the week of August 7th, we're introducing the whole internship project during their advisory. And then the week of August 14th, we're going in and completing the Naviance career aptitude test during the advisory, and then they can start working on their employability course and start researching places to complete their internship. And then the week of August 21st, they're finishing that employability course. And then you can see in September, they're gonna have to start turning in their forms. So all internship forms should be submitted and have appropriate signatures. And then by the 25th of September, they're turning in how many hours they've managed to have by that point. Then the 30th of October, the 27th, the 18th, so 27th of November, the 18th of December, January 29th. February 16th is a pretty important date because it's right at the end of term 2. So all hours should be completed by that week and turned in. If this has not been completed by February 16th, the students are going to be required to be put into the alternative project because we've got to have them working. Now, the way we've broken it up, they only need to do their internship 1 to 2 hours a week from the beginning to the end, and they'll have their 40 hours. So building it into their early release is a really easy way to do that for them. But if they don't make that deadline, then they're automatically being put into the alternative project. And if they are students who actually had early release or late arrival, they no longer have that opportunity. And they are now on campus with an assigned adult to sit there and work on that project until it is completed. The week of April 22nd and 29th, the students will complete their presentations. Now, this is a little bit.
But is the employability course online? Okay.
Yes,
Is it going to be done at school?
Yes. So they'll have that ability to probably work on it a little bit during advisory days, but it's also stuff that they'll have to do outside as well. But it's all stuff that they can handle within the course. The next is you'll see we have a senior internship rubric. You'll see the bolded, underlined, italicized wording. Those are all our portrait of a graduate skills. So you can see where the proficient is and what the highly proficient student looks like, and then so on and so forth. So it's pretty clear, and its expectations are outlined for all of them, and then just the presentation, and it explains to us what they're expected to do for that. We do the same thing with the alternative project, and they have a very similar rubric for them. They let us know which project they're doing, and again, the same thing. All those skills are plopped right in there so that you can see what we're looking for. Now, one of the other things that we're doing, because it was brought up, Dr. Wildreyer reminded me, and I can't forget about our life skills students. So Kim Ludwig and I are talking about what does this project look like for her students. And so we're in the process right now of kind of coming up with different things that they're going to be doing within the community. And so their topic is, what skills can I learn to accomplish tasks in my community? And so we're looking at all of that, and we're still, again, piloting, work in progress. So that is all of that, and then just one last thing.
So after doing all of this, we don't want to just get to the end and say, okay, we're done, see ya. We want to make sure that they do have resources. We want to put together a resource list and try and point them in the right directions. And we're really hoping, though, that through the project and through the internships and employment, whatever they've done, or EVET, that they already have a really good start and a really good idea of where they can go, even just for summer employment, before they move on.
Thank you all. Like our community service hours, which is now normal, right? It's what they do, they get it. This will take a little getting used to. We'll be very flexible in year one. We'll modify and adjust in year two. And the hope is that this can replace a class their senior year. So maybe the third term, they only need to take 2 classes because we're past the 100th day, and that this counts as their third credit. So we want to incentivize it in a way where the kids look forward to is like, if I do this, I can take one less class and still get my credits, still graduate on time, and then I'm also ready to go into the real world. I've been asked and tasked with several people. We don't do enough to prepare kids for the real world. This is our solution to it. So it'll take some time, but I think in the end, we're on the right track. So thank you all for all your hard work. I really appreciate the work that they've done and your presentation.
Just one other question on the presentation, invite a teacher. They don't have to be part of the grading, but whether it's the student that invites somebody that they know, or you invite somebody that might be interested in something, because we did something like this, and that was fabulous. I was able to see some of my students do things.
I was gonna make a plug for you to invite the board, because
Right.
I love this. I think this is awesome. I was one of those kids that knew what I wanted to be when I was 8, and it was a makeup artist, and I would have taken advantage of this so quickly, because even though I loved learning and I loved school, I already knew what I wanted to be, and it kind of took me outside of that. So I think this is a really great way to meet the needs of students that maybe aren't feeling so academically inclined, but, want to make their success as well.
Yeah, this is great. I mean, the detail that you went into is off the charts. So thank you so much.
And I love that you added a special position.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Are there other questions?
I'll just say we'll bring on the 28th a request for that to be a credit, and we are going to do it as a letter grade because we felt pass-fail would hurt transcripts, and also it may not be taken as seriously if it's not letter grade. So with the rubric the way it is, we have A through D already there. F is obviously you didn't get it done. So and we'll be very flexible in our grading. We don't want to have a kid lose their, valedictorian over it, but we will work with them, and the advisor will be on it. So should be a way for a kid to get a nice grade and also learn some in their community.
And I love that it's a way for the kid to kind of choose what they want to pursue, and I think that'll be really.
Is there a parent?
You'll see a lot of kids shine.
My understanding, my thought process will be some of that paperwork that they're doing will have the parents, being a part of that.
There'll be a permission if they're under 18. If they're 18, they can sign for themselves. But we'll also notify parents of all what's entailed, and probably have, we'll probably put together my guess is we'll just do a video of walking through that presentation, just do it a little faster. No, I'm not knocking it, I'm just saying, I did a Falcon Focus video and people were tuning out after 30 seconds, so it was 8 minutes long.
Okay, I give you guys credit for doing it as fast as you did at 11 o'clock at night, so I know, everybody gets up early, I'm sure. All right, if there's no other questions, we're gonna move on, and if you guys wanna go home to bed, good night. Thank you. No, thank you. Next up is the Native American Education Specialist job description.
Yeah, Madam President, member of the board and guests, this is just a job description we'd like to add. We are looking at, we are going for 2 grants that we believe, if we were to receive them, that is something we'd like to do in consultation with Fort McDowell. We believe that having a cultural center at the high school campus would be a great thing for our students and a great opportunity for them. So this would be, if the Prop 202 and Title VI grants that we've applied for, if we receive those, then we would want to go ahead and hire for that position over the summer and have that in place hopefully to start the year or shortly after the year starts. That's basically it. I can take any questions you have.
Are there any questions regarding the job description?
So this was to meet the needs of a grant?
No, it's not to meet the needs, it's that we're applying for a grant, but what we wanted to do is, when we applied for the grant, we wanted to work with Fort McDowell on what would you like to see us be doing to support your students? And what the feedback we received from them is a cultural center and a Native American club. We've got the club done, now this would be the next piece of it. So it would be a place for kids to be able to go to an advisor, see them, get extra help, maybe a place to hang out if they need a place to talk to someone. It would be in conjunction with the cultural center and Fort McDowell.
Would we be applying for it even if we don't receive a grant?
Would we do the position? I don't believe we would be able to do it next year with our budget. We might be able to do, with consultation with all of you, possibly like a part-time, 1 hour a day or 2 hours a day, something like that. But again, I don't want to commit to that till I have a talk with my finance team. But I believe this is more that we've applied for these grants and we're hopeful that we'll get them. And if so, we want to have a job position in place to hire somebody.
Any other questions? Okay, hearing none, we're going to move on to policy advisories. I'm actually going to motion that the board table this till for future meeting. Addison already seconded. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Future action. Krista, please add that to a future agenda, even if it's the work session at the end of this month.
I don't know, but is the work session as long?
Yeah. We're going to have to have a discussion here. June 28th will be our next meeting. It will be a business meeting and a work study session starting at 5 o'clock, and then our next one won't be until July 26th, which will be the board retreat.
As a reminder, we'll have to have a special meeting for.
Yes, for the performance. So we'll go ahead and get that scheduled. Crystal sent something out. So with that,
I move we adjourn.
all in favor?
Aye.
Dana?
Tired.
And if you haven't signed the budget, you need to sign.
You just sign the last one.
I wasn't in here, but I don't see a place to sign.
It's for you at the very top. It's the,
It's
Just presented.
So if they didn't approve the budget, did they not sign the budget?
I guess not.
No?
Yeah, I guess not.
Well, we
We didn't vote yet.
oh, that's right.
They voted no.
So we don't sign it then?
You're technically not approving it, but you don't want it.
Well,
No, we were here.
but the board approved it, so.
Yeah.
Okay, well, you guys are welcome to sign it.
Yeah, because we would have had to re-vote had the amendment not.
Oh, and Dana
Right.
didn't sign any of this.
No.
Dana wanted to stay late.